Hello, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the conference, Arts and Globalization, Achieving Intercultural Dialogue Through the Arts. I was very happy to spend the day with you yesterday for the people who were here, and I'm really happy to see new faces. We look forward for this day, and I would like to give the word to our moderator and host of the day, Niels Rieholt.
Thanks
Welcome.
a lot, Rikke. Thanks. Welcome back from me as well. So good to see all of you. I hope you had a good night in town, had some good dinners, good talks. When we separated last night before going to the wine bar, the generous Catalonian wine in the corner, we had this workshop session where we asked you to give us your reflections, some recommendations, your thoughts in groups on the question on what you would recommend gatekeepers and politicians to do in terms of bringing in new voices, new artists, take a global aspect, a global touch point on the issues of art. And we collected that material, and now it will be presented. You can see it in the coffee break on the other side of the technical aisle here. We have a big screen where it will be looped, your comments will be looped. And we will ask you, of course, in the breaks to go out and review your own comments and see what your colleagues have discussed and kind of bring that along with you into the conversations in the different workshops that you will be participating in during the day. Because that will kind of form the backdrop for the last workshop of the day before we go to the National Gallery. So my role now will be to kind of guide you through the day exactly like I did yesterday. And the first thing I will do is to ask Tone Olaf Nielsen, who is an independent curator, to come on stage and give her presentation of Achieving Intercultural Dialogue Through the Arts, Rethinking Migration in the Context of the Nordic Coloniality. So Tone, please.
Thanks a lot.
You're a lot of welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me okay? I'm going to be standing here because I'm going to be reading. I worked on the presentation until very last minute this morning, so I didn't print it. So I'm going to be hiding here, but I hope you can hear me. And most importantly, that you can see what's going up there. Yep. All right. I'd like to begin to thank Rikke Jørgensen for inviting me to contribute to this pertinent conference. I'm really also very honored to be asked to deliver a keynote, and I'm truly sorry for not being able to attend yesterday's amazing program. I hope nonetheless that what I'll be presenting here today will not be too repetitious in terms of yesterday's conclusions, but will perhaps contribute to the theme of intercultural dialogue in a meaningful way. On February 14th and 15th this year, a series of shootings occurred in Copenhagen. 2 victims and the suspected perpetrator were killed, and 2 police officers were wounded. The first shooting took place on February 14th at a public event called Art, Blasphemy and Freedom of Expression at the Curator Cultural Center, where a gunman killed 1 civilian and wounded 3 police officers. Swedish artist Lars Vilks was among the speakers, and it is thought to have been the main target because he is thought to have been the main target because of his drawings of Muhammad. The second shooting took place later that night outside the city's great synagogue in Krystalgade. A gunman killed a Jewish man on security duty during a Bat Mitzvah celebration and wounded 2 police officers. Later that morning on Svanevej near Nørrebro station in Copenhagen, police, while tracking suspects, shot and killed a man after he opened fire on them. The man was identified as Omar Abdel Hamid El Hussein, a 22-year-old man born in Denmark to Jordanian Palestinian parents, whom police said was responsible for both attacks. Politicians, media, and the Danish public at large were prompt to condemn the shootings as terrorist Islamist attacks on Danish freedom of speech and religion. And those oppositional and minority voices who have tried to read the shootings as the result of a social conflict or a social crisis have had very little resonance. After the shootings, Swedish National Radio asked me for a statement due to my curatorial work on racism, migration, politics, and coloniality. And I told them that in my opinion, art's most important tasks at the moment are 1. To examine what structures in Danish society angered and alienated El Hussein to such a degree that he resorted to killing, and 2. To create platforms that stimulate greater understanding between minority and majority communities by presenting new models of conviviality and solidarity, thereby countering normative structures of exclusion and inequality. I will present 2 proposals for such platforms today. Am I going too fast or too slow? You're with me? That's great. The first project is the Trampoline House, an independent refugee justice community center in Copenhagen that I was so fortunate to be part of establishing in 2010. Trampoline House provides refugees, asylum seekers, and migrants in Denmark with a place of support, community, and purpose. The other project I want to talk about is CAMP, Center for Art on Migration Politics, an exhibition venue for art discussing questions of displacement, migration, immigration, and asylum that I launched in 2 spaces inside the Trampoline House just a month ago, together with my colleague, independent curator Frederikke Hansen. The Trampoline House and Camp... Oh my God. Oh my God. This is where I talked about El Hussein and the most important tasks of art at the moment. This is an image from inside the Trampoline House. And, oh. Sorry. It's kind of stuck. Oh. There you go. And this is while renovating camp. All right. Remind me of this, okay? Here we go. Trampoline House and the camp project both take their starting point in the fact that more people than ever before are displaced from their homes because of climate disaster, war, conflict, persecution, or poverty. Most receiving countries have responded by increasing their border controls, tightening their immigration policies, incarcerating refugees and asylum seekers, and deporting people without residence permit. The large migratory flows and refugee flows have resulted in a whole migration management industry, which is a series of juridical and political procedures and technologies that contemporary nation states use to try to regulate transnational migration and to exclude unwanted immigrants. In Denmark, which has a population of roughly 5.5 million. 20 to 40,000 undocumented migrants are estimated to work and reside in the country without being registered, according to a police estimate in 2012. Many of them live a precarious life as homeless in the streets. Also in Denmark, by August 2014, there were 7,900 asylum seekers waiting for their asylum application or their deportation to be settled. People who seek asylum in Denmark or have been denied asylum are accommodated in asylum centers scattered across the country while they wait for the authorities to settle their asylum case or deportation. Some wait months, others years, but all center residents share the burden of not knowing exactly how long they will have to stay in the asylum center system. In the centers, there are very few activities and possibilities for educational training. And if you want to live or work outside the center, you have to obtain special permission from the authorities. Health studies indicate that many grow ill from the waiting, the uncertainty, the inactivity, and from the feeling of not being able to control one's own life. And it has also been proven that long-term stays in the centers without a resolution may lead to various permanent disorders. For your information, the average stay in the centers in 2013 was 1.5 years. That included 727 asylum seekers who had waited more than 3 years and 29 who have been waiting more than 15 years. I'm getting good at it. Following the writings of Giorgio Agamben on the figure of the refugee and the structure of the camp, Danish theorist Mikkel Bolt has described the Danish asylum centers as literal camps, each of them making up, and I quote, a point in an institutionalized, discriminative juridical system designed to reduce the life quality of its residents. According to Bolt, the Danish asylum system is a system of forced social disintegration, the architectural manifestation of state racism, designed to keep the undesirables on the outside. Trampoline House was formed in reaction to this racist system and conceived during a series of workshops for asylum center residents and socially engaged artists that the Copenhagen-based artist Morten Gold initiated and conducted in 2009 in collaboration with Paris-based artist Joachim Hamu and myself. Together, all the workshop participants developed the idea to create a user-driven community center where refugees, asylum seekers, forced migrants, Danish citizens, and other residents of Denmark would be able to meet, engage in activities together, exchange knowledges, and develop strategies for resistance and change. A house that should work to break the social isolation of refugees, asylum seekers, and forced migrants in Denmark, and through legal counseling, education, and community, provide these precarious groups with information and tools needed for them to better their difficult life situation. A house that should work to inform the Danish public about the conditions of refugees, asylum seekers, and undocumented migrants in Denmark in order to motivate this same public to a more just, solidaristic, and sustainable refugee and asylum policy. And a house that should jumpstart the inclusion of refugees awarded asylum in Danish society and help them through Denmark's very demanding 3-year-long integration program. In November 2010, following a very tough period of fundraising and trying to keep the workshop group together, we finally managed to raise enough funds to realize our concept, and on November 27th, 2010, the Trampoline House opened to the public. Trampoline House is today a self-governing institution with a board of directors, a paid staff of 4, me being one of them, and a large group of interns and volunteers. In average, we have approximately 350 visits per week, made up by 125 regular asylum seekers and refugees visiting the house, and 40 regular non-refugees. Financial support to our administration and programs comes from public and private funding, donations, and memberships. It's important for me to stress that Trampoline House is completely self-made, homemade, from the bottom up. The house is currently open 4 days a week, and just like in any other home, everybody contributes to the daily life of the Trampoline House. Together, we organize legal counseling, language classes, cooking, cleaning, childcare, creative workshops, debates, public campaigns, and other activities. Our women's club and youth club organize special weekly activities and counseling for women and young asylum seekers who suffer doubly in the camps. In our weekly house meetings, what you could call the democratic parliament of Trampoline House, everybody can join discussions on global refugee politics and on the daily organization and running of the house. Several days a week, we share a hot meal, meet for a cup of tea or coffee, and on Fridays we party and dance to our favorite music. Like a real trampoline, the house is a space for refugees and asylum seekers to recharge and gather the energy and support needed to jumpstart a better life, and for the Danish public to get motivated to reform the current refugee and asylum system. This short video clip from 2011 made shortly before our first 1-year anniversary gives a pretty good impression of the house.
Like in 3 weeks, this house is 1 year old, so we're going to have a birthday party. It is about 3 years ago that we got the idea to create a trampoline house where people who live in the camps and Danes could meet and build something together.
There's no discrimination of social activities and social life. Life is just normal here. Everybody is equal.
And I got a haircut.
And I think that's what I hear from people in the Trampoline House, that they say they had a very bad and negative impression of Denmark until they heard about the Trampoline House, and that changed the situation in many ways, because it gives them the chance to work and to do something and to be talked to in respect and to be asked, what can you do? What are your resources? Is there something you want us to help you with, or can you do something for us?
I encourage more people to come Trampoline house and participate in the various activities and be part and parcel of everything that's happening in the house.
Every Friday in this house we prove that it's possible, that this integration is not this big problem that the government told us. Actually, we feel that we have a model here which can be an example for the rest of the country.
On April 17th this year, just a month ago, Frederica and I, who together form the curatorial collective Curatorisk Aktion, which means curatorial action, were finally ready to launch our non-profit exhibition venue camp in the heart of Trampoline House with the inaugural exhibition Camp Life. Camp Life, which has the subtitle Artistic Reflections on the Politics of Refugee and Migrant Detention, which is still on view until June 14th, zooms in on the refugee camp, the asylum center, and the detention center as the nation-state's perhaps most extreme responses to human migration. It shows projects by 9 international contemporary artists and collectives who in different ways examine what kind of space the camp is, which functions it performs, what political juridical structures have made camps possible to begin with, and what living in a camp does to the subjectivity, body, and soul of camp residents. Some of the works in the exhibition portray everyday life and the management of displaced bodies in Palestinian refugee camps, in Danish asylum centers, and in Australian detention centers. Other works go behind the facade of the camp to examine its logic as a site where a population is divided into two and the undesirable are placed. And still other works in the exhibition contextualize camp life and describe the flight routes that many refugees and migrants have followed prior to their detention in a refugee camp, an asylum center, or a detention center. Half of the contributing artists and collectives are refugees themselves and have spent time in an asylum or detention center. Camp has an ambition of producing 3 exhibitions annually on displacement and migration with renowned international artists as well as less established practitioners, really making an effort to prioritize artists with refugee or migrant experience. Camp takes its point of departure in the fact that more people than ever before are displaced, and that the center works to increase insight into the life situations of displaced and migrant persons, and to discuss these in relation to the overall factors that cause displacement and migration to begin with. The objective of camp is, through art, to stimulate greater understanding between displaced peoples and the communities that receive them, and to stimulate new visions for a more inclusive and equitable migration, refugee, and asylum policy. In short, we aim for camp to become a space where audiences, both with and without refugee or migrant backgrounds, are able to identify with the living conditions of displaced peoples through art, and to find inspiration for an alternative migration political agenda. Camp is intended to be a platform for artists whose work represents displaced and migrating people's experiences, work that sheds light on the struggles that refugees, asylum seekers, undocumented migrants, trafficked and enslaved people fight every day. On that note, let me end by quoting Danish development consultant Tine Bundgaard for stating not too long ago that if El Hussein had had a place like camp or Trampoline House, then maybe the Copenhagen shootings might never have happened. Those of you who are joining the bus tour tomorrow will visit camp and Trampoline House in person. If you are not going, then I will end this presentation with a short video documenting camp's launch party and inaugural exhibition. Thanks so much for your attention. Not done yet.
This exhibition tries to show the conditions of the Danish asylum system within the art context.
As a fashion design, I decided just to create a collection to pay tribute to the missing and dead refugee.
We've created 5 guerrilla radio transmitters. So when you explore the different radio frequencies, you can tune in to different women's conversations on the conditions that they live in within the Danish asylum system.
I was invited to show a film that I've made in Amsterdam asylum camp about 3 Afghan asylum seekers, and it's about waiting time and everyday life in the asylum camp.
I used a life jacket with barbed wire just to show that after to survive, they still also in prison because they serve them, but they put them in camps.
There are many problems about the asylum centers that I would hope would change, but I think one important step is that people know about what's happening in order to act.
This is not how people have to live.
All right.
Thank you so much. It immediately raises a great number of questions, and we have about 15 minutes to have a conversation with you. And you're more than welcome to join in and raise whatever question you would like to put to Tone. I could start by saying, well, I mean, I've followed the Trampoline House ever since you and Morten started it. I've worked more with Morten than with you.
Yeah.
But I think it's interesting that you have already, in the sense that you have existed quite short, it's a very limited amount of time you've actually had to your disposal, you've already manifested yourself as a game changer. If you were to describe your own position as an artist running the Trampoline House and the way that the Trampoline House has been recepted in the artist environment, how would you do that? What would be kind of your position in that?
Well, there's been a reception of delayed reception. I think it's only within the past year or so that the international art world have shown interest towards the Trampoline House. And we're partly to blame for that ourselves, because we've been so busy organizing the house, developing a structure, inventing methodologies that suit the different people using the house, that it didn't matter a lot to us to be visible in the arts and to be represented in art exhibitions. I get this question a lot with Trampoline House. I think more recently we have found that it is important to keep insisting that Trampoline House is art, that this is also something art can do, that the special kind of platform, the structures for engagement and dialogue and exchange are made possible through artistic, activist and curatorial ways of thinking and socially organize. But I also have to say that even though you say it's a short time, 5 years is a very long time of running a permanent project, and it's the permanent commitment to Trampoline House that also kind of prevents us from traveling with the project around the world. Partly because programming a house 4 days a week, 5 years in a row, getting the funding for it is time demanding. But also because the majority of people having invented and using Trampoline House are not able to travel. So it feels kind of wrong to be representing the project on behalf of this huge community again and again.
But would you say that that's to some extent, because it's a paradoxical situation, that on the one hand the kind of lust of going outside the Trampoline House and try to kind of reflect it in others' experiences and maybe even share the knowledge that came out of the process outside of the Trampoline House, has also to do with the very big benefit of actually being inside the Trampoline House, namely that it's becoming more than a project. It's becoming a permanent installation. It's a social installation. It's a physical house. It's for full-time employees, including yourself. And so it kind of gets the structure of an institution, but it's still outside the mainstream institutional framework. Is that kind of...
Yes, so within the arts institution, yes. But we are beginning to become a more powerful political player. I think it has rumored in Parliament, for instance, that and in the Red Cross, which administrates most of the asylum centers in Denmark, that we have the trust and confidence in the house of people living in the camps. And thus we are also able to transmit voices and criticisms from the camps through the house to peoples in position of power. And that, I think, is very important for us if we have this long-term goal of closing the camp system and replacing it with a more sustainable and equitable asylum system.
And as such has already created kind of resonance, because you're working cross-sectorially. You work with the Danish Red Cross, you work with the municipality, you work with social housing systems. So how has that reflected into the art sector in Denmark is quite kind of pipeline divided. There is a very specific system. The structures doesn't necessarily support initiatives like the Trampoline House. So how did you actually come about creating it? What was the main challenge? Because you had to seek funding outside the traditional system, didn't you?
Yeah, we're not getting any funding from the arts system to Trampoline House. Camp is getting funding from the arts system. But there are two separate projects with separate economies and budgets. Well, the challenge of fundraising to a project like Trampoline House to begin with is to fundraise to people without political, juridical and civil rights. Asylum seekers in Denmark are deprived of all these basic rights. They don't have a social security number, they can't vote, they can't travel, they're not allowed to work, they can't choose where to live. Since the Danish state is paying for the administration of asylum seekers through the Red Cross and different municipalities who run the camps, then they've already paid for each individual asylum seeker once. So we've tried to, we have had to become very ingenious in finding ways to to fundraise for specific activities and programs, and because it is proven again and again that people grow ill in the camp system from the pacification and the waiting and the inactivity. We have a strong argument that Trampoline House is this space where you remove yourself from camp life and you get better. The irony of the asylum system is that by the time you receive asylum, if you are that lucky, you have been kept waiting for so long in a labyrinth or a maze of bureaucracy. So by the time you are then to be integrated in one of the municipalities, and you are expected to learn the language and quickly educate yourself and become a labor force, then you are so fed up with the system, perhaps even angry, so that the system is counterproductive. You have a system in Denmark where people have a roof over their head, they have food, they have a little pocket money, a small allowance every 2 weeks, but the waiting time, the uncertainty is what is killing.
It's actually a very, very strong image, this metaphor of wearing the life vest, because they're still kept floating, and they're kept floating for 1.5 years in waiting. I think I would let the audience come on. We have a question here, the lady in the blue.
Thank you. Is it on?
Please introduce yourself and then the question.
My name is Solveig Ovesen. I'm working also with images in Holbæk and Roskilde and Copenhagen next year with the CKU.
Can you hear Solveig?
I'm a curator. My name is Solveig Ovesen. Thank you, Tone, very much for your presentation. I'm a curator as well. So I have questions relating to the art and the camp. I really had literally goosebumps seeing the videos, and I say big congratulations for opening this, and I think it's a nice paraphrasing to say a game changer, like an institution that actually turn our view upon a subject, and also discursively. So talking about artists and artists from other countries that do work that deals with effects of migration, which is I think it's sometimes a difficult word for some artists to use, because that is already a labeling of a certain kind of art and a certain kind of life, and that's what you want to remove the people from. So my question is, do you see a necessity to try to take that filter away sometimes as well when you look at an artwork, and do you also have an experience that artists who are in the diaspora from what you would call countries with generating migrants, is that how does these two concepts influence the way we look at the art? Like that it's a migrant who made the artwork, and that the artwork is about migration. I mean, could we also call it something else, like criticism of the nation state concepts? And I mean, yeah,
we could do that. This is also a question that is raised quite often. I think Frederica's and my underlining of wanting to prioritize artists with the refugee or migrant experience is to make sure that camps become a platform for self-representation, and it becomes a platform for migrant communities in Copenhagen to go and identify and say, this is what I went through, this is where I was before arriving here, and entering the integration program, or being second or third or fourth generation immigrant. I think the migrant or refugee label is not problematic in Trampoline House and in camp. We are deliberately a platform trying to embrace this experience as perhaps the most acute and best description of contemporary culture and globalized problematics.
But does that indicate then that what happens in camp, what happens in the Trampoline House, some kinds, or to some extent, affects what's actually happening outside the trampoline house in collegial galleries, in institutions outside of the trampoline house? Do you have that kind of connection? Can you see that there is a transition of experience and curatorial practices
Not
to
yet.
other? Not yet.
Camp is only 1 month old.
Yeah, I know camp, but let's take the trampoline house then,
Yes.
and the many exhibitions you've done in the last 5
Yeah.
years.
Yeah. No, I haven't seen projects like Trampoline House elsewhere. I think this idea of running a permanent space is something that fits ill with the art world. I think the art world is project-based, temporary projects moving on from one side to the other. The Trampoline House is in a physical location with a big house. It's part of the strategy to have a roof over our own head, to give users of the house a sense of ownership and self-empowerment and agency. And the moving of Trampoline House from side to side would not be able to generate those.
So to some extent that could, I'm just being the devil's advocate here, that could kind of be, you know, the little leaf hiding our nakedness that we then say, we, meaning the authorities, then say, okay, Trampoline House, now you can actually get some money from the cultural funding, a little bag of money to you, and then you are there, and you are taking care of our bad conscience with these artists on a permanent basis, and we don't have to include them into the infrastructure and the design of the art scene as such. Isn't that a risk?
It's a risk. On the other hand, I think that there's a general trend right now of project spaces opening up everywhere that are focusing on specific thematics and functioning as laboratories and research platforms, and I think it's more constructive to look at it as that.
And those are actually very artist driven. They're not driven by the pipeline structures, aren't they?
No. Yeah.
Any more questions that you would like to raise for Tone? Yeah, please.
Hey, you.
It's on, I think. You'll get a new microphone here.
My name is Gilden Gronsaan. I'm not a refugee, but as you see, I'm not a totally real Dane. The question is this: most migrants don't want to be an art project. So when you, and I know in this context we're talking about art and those things, but I'm thinking then the users of the house, I haven't been there, scusa, but I'm sort of thinking, is there a need for them to be part, to be art, or to be moved around to some other place, or is there a real strict division between, you know, your political aspirations and your, art cultural aspirations?
With the risk of generalizing when I'm speaking on behalf of the diversified group of users in the house, I would say that most people in Trampoline House don't identify the Trampoline House as an art project, and they don't consider themselves as part of an art project. And I'm not busy labeling Trampoline House as an art project either. I think it is important in a context like this to present the project and say this is what art can do, or artistic strategies and methodologies can do. But to present the project as a living art object is not something that we work with on an everyday basis in the house. But to have an exhibition space presenting aesthetic examinations of migrant and refugee experiences have proved tremendously important. I think Trampoline House in general is a very discursive place. We use words, and a lot of us in the house are using English, which is maybe our second, third, or fourth language, and it's a difficult conversation, and there's a number of situations of people getting lost in translation. We've developed what we call a Trampoline House English or Camp English, which is a sort of hybrid English. We're trying to communicate as precisely as possible with all of us. But what happened with the camp opening, especially the fashion show, was that there was all of a sudden a very physical, performative, bodily method of communicating that all of us understood, that went straight through our bodies, and there was this like non-verbal communal body of all of us trying to identify with what we had, thank God, not have to go through, or what we had been going through ourselves. And I think art in the context of Trampoline House via the camp project provides a non-verbal means of communication that cuts across a lot of boundaries of privilege and underprivilege. Does it make sense?
Because it's not just about it's about knowing. If you come there because you want to be you want to have this encounter with other Danish people, or sort of perk up your life, or get some goods in it, but through the back door we also become an art project, you should know, or you should say, oh, I like to be part of this, but I don't want to be part of this.
The Trampoline House is a platform where people move in and out. We have some people have been in the house for all 5 years. Some are there for 3 months. Then they get moved to another camp in the country. They get deported or they get asylum. We have international students who are here for a semester at the University of Copenhagen. They're with us in the house, and then they leave. All users of Trampoline House get introduced to the house as developed and conceived during a series of art workshops in the camps. The importance of that history, I think, is not so much that we are an art project now, but that it was art ideas that helped conceive this space in dialogue with the expert testimonies and recommendations of center residents, of people living in the system. I think it's this dialogical structure that is much more important to focus on in Trampoline House than this discussion of whether it's art or not art. I think art has helped us facilitate a form of social organization that empowers people and helps them to endure camp life. And I think that's the most important message to bring out there, along with telling people, of course, how the house was developed.
In fact, actually, some of these experiences and the idea of this dialogical structure is kind of the first embryo, as I see it. It's kind of the first embryo we've seen in the country, but it's now followed by not exactly copied or copy-paste projects, but similar kind of thinking. For instance, the KBH Plus, the Copenhagen Plus initiative, which is a performative arts initiative, with social housing in a warehouse actually very close to the shooter, where he was raised and grew up. In that area, working with cooking, working with local communities, working in a different setting, not refugee approach, but the same. It's not about art or not art, it's about the art and something else, doing something that actually affects society, that kind of approach. Unfortunately, we can't reach any more questions. We are out of time, I'm sorry. I know that there were, at least I saw 3 fingers, so Tone will be here, and you will have an opportunity to approach Tone afterwards. We will have to go into a short coffee break, 10 minutes coffee break, because we have to reorder the stage for the next session. So thank you for listening, and a warm hand of applause to Tone.
Thank you. Thanks.
Sorry. Okay, welcome back after the coffee break. We're now going into the first panel session of today. And it's a great honor for me to be able to introduce 3 artists to you. Artists who, each one of them, have a quite profound experience in working with these issues and touching on some of the emblematic but also quite complex consequences of working in arts and globalization on a local level and trying to kind of influence the composition of their own art scenes. So together with me on stage, I have from your left to right, I have Kenneth Balfelt. Kenneth is an artist here, based here in Denmark, and has worked a lot with art meets social interaction, meets community engagement, meets challenging the composition of the art scene itself. I have Ibrahim Mahama, visual artist from Ghana. It's such a pleasure to have you in Copenhagen. And Ibrahim has already been persuaded to make an intervention at the Trampoline house. And he just told me it didn't really take long. It was kind of, would you like to? Yeah, it's okay, I will do that. And Silvia Litadi, who is a curator, working with a very, very large project in the very outskirts of the inner city of Rome, embracing both artists and illegal immigrants, social housing concepts, and the idea of art as a game changer. We have asked each one of you to give a 25-minute presentation. So we will do the presentations one in a row. And then afterwards, my good colleague, Osia Bansu, some of you heard Osia yesterday, will join me on stage, and we will get a conversation floating. And in that conversation, it's very important and vital that you play along as well. So I will try to be even more careful in finding your fingers behind the pillars, so you can all get an opportunity of interacting in the dialogue. So that will be the setting for the next hour or so. And first out is Ibrahim. So Ibrahim, please, carry it away.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for organizing this conference and also inviting me to give this short presentation. I want to first of all start by thanking the Holbæk municipality and also the Images Festival, which I am here doing a residency, a research residency towards like producing a project for it next year, which will be curated by Solveig and then also Bonaventure from here in Denmark and in Berlin. I want to start my talk by showing a video quickly, then afterwards I would introduce, but I just wanted the video to play without actually giving any context to it, then afterwards I would give the talk. Thank you. Okay. I think we can move. Okay. Okay. Maybe you move to the presenter. Yeah. So, thank you very much. Can we please have the slide? Slides. Okay. 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 Thank you very much. The talk will be very brief. I started making arts. I realized that I really wanted to make arts when it dawned on me the role of the artist within the 21st century. I think that the artist's role is just more than someone who makes images or makes pictures. I think that the collective human condition within the 21st century is something that really prompted me in terms of the mechanisms that I use in the production of my work. In the works that I've done recently, I've always been very much interested in materials and objects in terms of their history, production processes, and how they got to become what they are like in the moment. So I took my attention to a particular material in Ghana, which was the jute sack, which is used to transport cocoa. And normally it is made in India and Bangladesh, and then the government of Ghana buys it and then gives it to cocoa buying, producing companies, who then give it to local farmers who spend many hours within months and years to produce these produce. And then when they are sent to the harbor, the materials, the cocoa is sent without the bags, so the bags get to remain. But when the bags remain, they don't use them to transport cocoa anymore. They use it to transport any other thing apart from cocoa because of the value of cocoa in the international market. So then the bag takes on another life of its own. And I became interested in the fact that the bag, there is something about it, there is something about it that is very, very interesting in terms of the different roles that it takes. At one point, it's something that occupies this very, very important space, and another time it practically fails or it doesn't exist at all. And this idea of failure surrounding this material, which can move from one point to another point, which is completely irrelevant, because if you think about the other things that this material serves as a container, like maybe rice or onions or charcoal, which is one of the most consumed fuels locally in Ghana, and also rice, or maize or other things which are heavily consumed, but yet still a lot of a lot of attention or priority isn't given to those things. I think the contradictions are something to be worried about. And I decided that I was going to use those contradictions in the production of a series of projects or gestures in a way. So I started collaborating with local migrants, basically people who have moved from other parts of the country to Accra to do all kinds of odd jobs. But mostly policies surrounding, like governmental policies always talks about how they can always create conditions within the urban space that can fit these people. But we are not, what we are not thinking about is the collective, like, fundamental, like, ideas that we have to work with, or like how things have to strive, like, within the urban realm. So I became interested in the text. I became very much interested in text. So yeah. So the text as against the markings on the material are very important for me, because for me they symbolize different kinds of spaces and productions. First of all, the Ghana Cocoa Board represents this corporation that operates autonomously within its own reach, that has shares within the Ghanaian market. Surprisingly enough, when I was 15 years old, I thought I didn't think I was going to become an artist, so I bought shares within this company. But for maybe 13 years later, the shares are still at the same price. There is still no, it hasn't really grown in terms of what it actually symbolizes, in terms of how it serves the common interest of a nation state. So I became interested in those kinds of contradictions, in terms of how, how an institution operates and how other people living within spaces, in terms of citizens and their rights to fundamental spaces, and how these things, the tensions between these kinds of things. So production became really important for me. So I became interested in people who were more or less like on the margins of society. So simple gestures like trying to write the name of a migrant worker, or she trying to write her own name that she basically cannot do, or hasn't had that that foundation, because most of the people I work with most of the time do not feel that they actually belong within this whole context of, let's say, within the context of Ghana alone, yet to think about themselves as world citizens who have rights to all the very fundamental things that we talk about in a very democratic world. So I'm very much interested in gestures. So we use a lot of methods like creating birth certificates and other things, which usually most of the people I work with don't really have access to, and then printing them onto these materials, which are printing them onto the sacks, which have the original Ghana Cocoa Board text, and then other things. And then we go through a series of processes of sewing these materials together in whichever space that we find. In this particular space, I had to find a space to produce the work that was shown in the Venice Biennale, so that's why it looks like the way it is. And basically, speciality wasn't really a concern, or isn't really a concern in the mode of production. I'm actually looking at producing a work that actually deals with conditions of a time, whether being it a past, present, or looking at a possible future in terms of how we can reinvent things in terms of production processes. So I'm not really looking for people who can actually stitch or who can actually produce a work of art. I'm looking for people who can join in the conversation. So it's more or less of a dialogue of trying to produce an object which occupies spaces, which have histories that are contrary to the production process, or which the work in its mechanisms, production mechanisms, critiques those same spaces. So you find bridges. This is a museum. This is a bridge, which is supposed to be a space which is apparently like a public space, but then public spaces, in as much as people can occupy those spaces, they do not really have rights to those spaces. And the rights to the city in terms of how people can negotiate their ways in between things are always very important to me. And I think those things are reflected within the materials that I work with and the kinds of freedoms that we work in terms of how things are produced. So we are not necessarily producing artworks, but then working with a series of conditions that produces events that gets people thinking about their own conditions. So failure is one of the most important aspects of my work. So we don't actually work to succeed at something. We try out a series of processes, knowing very well what the project is about, but we are not really sure whether it will work out or not. So photographic images of it are always either complete or not complete. So I think it's the process and the things that it generates out of it that turns to be more important for me. So, yeah, so these kinds of spaces are also important, like how the city develops out of resources that basically do not come from those kinds of spaces, because there's no way we mine gold or we produce cocoa within the urban space. Most of these things are produced in the rural communities. But then if you think about the kinds of access and the kinds of rights and how people living within those spaces imagine themselves as shareholders of, let's say, a collective community, it's very, very distant. And it's not just a Ghanaian thing, it's a world condition in terms of how people work. So workers' conditions are always very important for me. In the Venice Biennale, I had ideas of taking the collaborators with me to Venice, but it wasn't possible because of, first, they couldn't get a passport because the commission, it was very difficult for the passport office in Ghana to be convinced that people like that will travel to Venice and who would invite them. They don't. It's very, very complicated things. And I think it's not to talk about, it's not to point fingers, but also it's more or less about admitting the conditions and finding ways around working with it or working with it in a much critical or strategic way. I had some students from the academy, and all these things are very relevant in terms of how these different things work. The spaces are always important. It's informs how the work is produced and how it is shown, the structures showing through the work, the character of the work in terms of its production history. So it's not something that is very aesthetic, that as soon as you see you can relate to. It's something that you have to make an effort to understand it's in totality. The point of my practice is that I mostly don't work as an artist trying to create exhibitions, but I'm working as an artist trying to work with a series of spaces or a series of encounters which I think are very relevant to us within the 21st century, or a series of events which I think that if we pay attention to, they can open up new ways or new possible ways of thinking about how we can restructure the kinds of decisions and choices that we make in the near or the far future. So that's just about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I said, there will be lots of opportunities to ask questions to Ibrahim. So we will go directly to the next speaker, which is you, Silvia. You will be the next one out.
Thank you. Well, special thanks to Niels and Rick for this opportunity. And excuse me, but I need to read this presentation in my computer. And the space that I present to you, the name is Space Metropolis. And I'm going to tell a story about a special place in Rome. And this is a really local case study. So this is a documentary film and a public art project, and it was created by two directors, Giorgio De Finis and Fabrizio Boni, and was created by me, by Silvia Litadi. So first of all, I want to show you the trailer of the film. Perhaps I think that I need to do something more. Doesn't work? Yes. I think it's not my work.
È un gioco che si fa sul presente, qui ed ora, in cui si prefigura come se le cose fossero già così.
Più che altro è una sfida.
Ti fa la luna vuole dannare.
Se Metropolis riesce col razzo a arrivare verso la Luna, la prima cosa che deve fare è occupare quel terreno lì e fare la Luna aperta per tutti, senza confini.
Okay. What is Metropolis? What is the context of this project? Metropolis is the new name of the former Fiorucci packaged meats factory located in the eastern Rome's periphery on Via Prenestina. This is some pictures of the space, and this is all the area. Coming from the center, Tor Sapienza, the working class neighborhood, is just before the Gra, the major highway around Rome. Actually, the zone is in a strong process of gentrification and requalification. This picture is not an error because this site, it's as Rome, is done in many layers. This is an archaeological site behind the structure of the ex-fabric. So we have the ruins from Roman Empire and the ruins from the industrialization of this part of the city. This is another important image of the main square in the center of the fabric, and obviously this is the star of Michelangelo in Campidoglio, and it's a symbol of the democratic values. And this is a sort of map, a psychogeographic map of this site. But more than the site is the community, the center of the Space Metropolis interest. Okay, so it's difficult to listen to me, or it's okay now? It's better? Okay. In March 2009, about 200 people, including migrants and temporary workers, broke through the gates of the abandoned factory and enter in this space. So these are some pictures of the community, the children's and. The mixed community is composed by men and women come from different areas: Italy, South America, North Africa, Roma people from Romania. And this last date is important because we discovered that occupation is the first one in Italy that embrace the Roma community, because usually they live isolated in camps and don't live with other communities. So together with BPM, a political collective, and civil society, they decided to fight for the right to housing and for a different multicultural self-managed city of solidarity. So but after that, what was exactly Space Metropolis and what was his mission? The anthropologist and filmmaker Giorgio De Finis and Fabrizio Boli decided to tell the adventure of Metropolis through a film, a sort of docu-fiction, a mix between fiction and documentary. So these are the two directors. Well, at the beginning, they proposed to the inhabitants building together a big rocket in the middle of the site for expatriate to the moon. So they proposed this strange project to the inhabitants. And but why the moon? The Outer Space Treaty, ratified in 1967 by 91 countries, defines the moon as a part of the common heritage of mankind, a place where weapons are banned, as well as any form of national territorial claims or private property. So, seen from this perspective, the moon is the largest public space within the Earth's gravitational field. But how to realize this absurd goal? The device of the cinema worksite through Trojan horse attempts to provide a channel of expression. The making of it activated endless creative energies. Instead of thinking about revolutions, about another world is possible, at Metropolis we heard more often the cry moon to the people. An interaction of desires, needs, dreams, turned and abandoned the section of the city in a space of utopia where people can practice the extraordinary. This is the moon, obviously. Well, what process could make it possible? The work process, the design of the rocket and the sets and their effective construction, together with the stories of Metropolis and the interventions of the many artists that have participated in the project, forms the skeleton of the documentary film. Thanks to play and imagination, the project has made it possible to listen to these people's dreams, all too often suffocated by the needs of life and the urgency of everyday life. So, but what's the meaning really of the participation of the artist? To promote the sharing of the creative process that is the basis of this intentionally hybrid project, commissions, workshops, encounters, meetings, and seminars have been organized inviting more than artists, architects, intellectuals, philosophers, and scientists also. So they had called to build a new imaginary about journey to the moon, like a virgin and unknown space, using their work and their usual approach. So this is a collection of pictures of several works. Well, the end of Space Metropolis culminated in a cinema d'essai epilogue, a true remake of the film by Méliès, Les Voyages dans la Lune, in which the metropolitans board the rocket and leave the Earth to finally reach the moon and enjoy their new-found freedom. So this is the picture of the first projection of the Space Metropolis in the restaurant of the site with all the inhabitants. So the final goal of the film and the project is not just the successful conclusion of the whole affair, but also to contribute to achieve the community project that drives Metropolis, bringing the moon to the Earth. So it's the opposite of the beginning. But also the end of the Space Metropolis is the beginning of another project, because the MAM, that is actually the name of the second project there, is the Museum of Other and Author of Metropolis Mestizo City. And the name is a sort of bombastic name in competition with the major Italian museum like Maxi, Macro, and its strengths are its remoteness, its total estrangement from the market and the art system, its lack of aseptic because it's contaminated by life. The artists are invited to give their contribution for free. They interact with space, the inhabitants, and also with the association, universities, galleries, and curators, and the professional that want to join the initiative. So also the permanent collection of the MAM also helps the inhabitants from the ever looming forced eviction, because the work's intervention and contribution continue to activate an artistic production and urban and social anthropological research in one of many occupied space in Rome. The inhabitants and the artists generate a community art with a high transformative power, considering the immigration as an extraordinary via to influence the policies of integration, intercultural, and housing right also. For the first project for Space Metropolis, every artistic proposals and the strategies of realization are discussed in an assembly and voted by inhabitants. This is a common role for every decision in Metropolis because the democracy is direct, really. So to build an unconventional museum contributes to make visible a new identity of multicultural community, and is an example of the power of culture for the city, but for the cultural institution also. So the abandoned spaces of the X Factory are regenerated by daily activities of the inhabitants and by the artistic practices and works. For example, this is the game room and library space decorated by two Italian artists, Veronica Montanino and Alice. This is another common place decorated by another muralist. But also there is a fruit garden, for example, projected by an architect, Michela Pasquali, or the big telescope in the roof garden, and so where everyone can see the stars and the moons. So there is a common restaurant that burned during Space Metropolis and is actually the heart of the common life of Metropolis. And many other spaces are waiting to be aimed by new interventions. Well, this is my question. what's the meaning of curating in a context as space metropolis. I was thinking about this because after we spoke more about it, and I was part of the process, and I'm also an actor in this film, and I think that I use the character of the curator. So a film is a fictional construction, and is part of the cast with the inhabitants, the artist, the director. It's because the people are involved in this type of project. So we were characters of ourselves, and this is a sort of collective production of desire. So I think this type of projects are so important in this sense because they build a sort of collective desire. So I continue to collaborate with this second project with the MAM, but only for punctual interventions because I'm really interested in this borderland between the public and private spheres of competences. So, for example, this work remark the visible-invisible border between legality and illegality of the inhabitants, because they have the basic rights only if they can show the place of residency. And so the mailbox, and this is a particular, the mailbox represents a status, and so it's a strong sign. And the artist's intervention cross this physical and political space on the interface of the big X factor, so on the door. And this is the last workshop that I did with two organizations, PIN and Linaria, and with, this one, and with the students come from architecture faculty. And we decided to do a gift to the community, studying and projecting a bus stop. So this minimalistic iron line is a sort of bus stop just in front of the entrance of Metropolis. And so this is really a borderland, a border, because it's not clear if it's private or public or who manage this space. So I think it's quite interesting to stay there in the middle. It's a sort of interface between different competencies, and it's a sort of special place to work, where this is funny images with the students and one of the inhabitants that worked together to build this. This is funny, but the students were so happy to see this project in the space. Well, this is the last picture of my presentation, and for me it's a sort of manifesto of about my role. I think that this is I feel the curator like this space in the middle, in between, in the process, and in co-creation. And I think that the best way to do my work is stay in this particular metaphorical, not only physical stage, and enjoy and stay in while the works happen. So that's it.
Thank you very much. And again, we will just jump into the next presentation, and then we will kind of redo them all three in the conversation. So Kenneth Balfelt, you're out next.
Thank you. Is the mic on? Not yet. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? Hvad? Lidt højere, I kan ikke rigtig høre mig. Der er gang i den. Der bliver nikket lidt nede bagved. Okay, sorry. Thank you very much for the invitation and the conference. Interesting. This is not my first picture, so I'll try to go back if possible. Whoops. Oh. Yeah, here we go. I'm going to talk shortly about two projects which have taken about... Stop. Maybe you should just stop it and then I can forward it myself. Just pause it. Okay. Two projects which I've been working on for a year and a half each. So I'm just going to take you through a shortcut of it, short portion of it, and just extract some ideas that could be a contribution to the discourse here. The first project was about some beer drinkers, I call them, or alcoholics. Some of them are alcoholics, who were in a park or piazza in Copenhagen that were removed because they were going to build a metro. So, let's see what happens. Okay. Enghave Place or Enghave Square was a very well-functioning square with lots of different people using it. You could buy your own beer or your own Coca-Cola or whatever, or pizza, and sit on the square, or you could go to a cafe and buy a cafe latte for a lot of money, or you could play football, or you could skate, or as a child you could play, or you could have a big concert there. So lots of opportunities to tap into this square. And you had this situation where you had the alcoholics of this neighborhood was sitting on this bench for many years. But because of the distraction, there was this audio and visual distraction in the middle of this round square, a part of the big square, but a section of it, where you had this fountain. So you had this audio and visual distraction in the middle. So when you came in, you just sat and looked at that, and you maybe didn't really notice that you were sitting on the same bench as these pensioners are doing, next to the beer drinkers, the alcoholics. So you actually had a very sympathetic situation where people were together from all strands of life. This is the football court and basketball court and the skating ramps. But then they wanted to make a metro station there, and they had a lot of user involvement about the metro construction, but that user involvement was very much functioning well to attract resourceful people. But the beer drinkers that were there, that was the most common users of the square, were not as such involved in the involvement, the discussion about what was going to happen to the square. So they didn't really know what was going to happen to them. So when the construction started, I went down to talk to them and asked them if they would be interested in having a process together and to talk about where they could be relocated. And they said yes. So we started a long process where one of the first thing we did was to go around and look at different places where they would like to be. And we came up with different places, and some of them they couldn't stay in because there was another hash market. There were some other gangs selling hash in those places, so they couldn't stay there. They were selling hash among themselves. So they chose this place, which was a dog walking park, just a small strip on the kind of 3 or 4 times the stage. And they would like to stay there. So we started the process of finding out what it should be. And I asked them, together with the architects, Spectrum Architects, which I did the project together with, about what facilities should be in a place like this. And they said things like, a bench in different groupings, and something to take the water when it rains, and a fountain, and a basin to wash the hands, and different stuff. And so we found lots of pictures about of different types of these things, and showed them to them. And we had this workshop for an hour and a half. And at that point, it came to my mind that they are really super users of the public space. They have been in the public space for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, 5, 10 hours a day, all days of the week. So you cannot find any anthropologist or architects or communal worker or social worker or artist that knows more about, have more experience with the public space. So that became quite important in making the space. And then we also held a kind of normal citizen meeting, and it was quite interesting what happened there, because we talked to the beer drinkers, but we also talked to the neighbors that were around the space that we chose, and the municipality, of course, to get the permission to have the space. And the municipality allowed it, because what happened was that when the social workers who have some of these as clients, the beer drinkers as clients, and the part of the municipality who have ordered the metro and the metro company, all of them didn't really take responsibility for the beer drinkers. And that is not, my responsibility as an artist to do that, but I found it interesting to use art as a platform to show another way of doing it, another way of involving them, and taking responsibility for these users and for their rights to the public space. And so we also had this public meeting to invite everybody to discuss in the neighborhood, to discuss this situation. And what was interesting about the meeting was that when I was talking and we had a discussion about, we presented the project, and then we had a discussion with about 40, 50 people that was there, also beer drinkers, which is also a point, something I've learned in Vesterbro by some other activists, or by some activists, that also you shouldn't always just talk about someone, marginalized people, should also talk with them or together with them. So I always invite them to events, which is really, really interesting, because it makes the people who are in the audience, when they talk and want to express something, they have to think about the people I'm now saying that are problematic in the public space are sitting there, so how can I formulate it in a way that are respectful to them? So in this public meeting, I didn't have an agenda as such, and now I'm talking about the role of an artist. I didn't have an agenda. I was not a politician. I was not a company. I was not the metro construction manager or whatever. I was just someone who wanted to negotiate something on an ethical platform, and I could then. I wasn't afraid. I didn't have to sell my idea. Normally, when you have a municipality, you have made and architects that have made plans for a new park or something that presented, they want to defend it. They want to be sure that their ideas go through this meeting, this citizen meeting. Otherwise, they have to start all over or whatever, adapt to it. But we were not in that situation, because we didn't want anything that wasn't taking all people's concerns into account. And we had made another process of being an artist, was that I started up with this project without really having a goal. So I just took it step by step, and were kind of able to take in whatever happened in the process. Because normally you have the process of having a plan. You plan something and then you go and implement it, and then you don't want any disturbances. And I try to use the process of art by this coming unprepared in a way. Because when you make a piece of art, when you make a painting, you know that you can only plan so and so much. You can only plan maybe 50% of it, because when you start to paint it, something happens. Your body begins to start the colors. You just can't control materials and body experiences and so on. So I kind of adapted that process into my public art projects. So let's go back to the meeting. I just kind of, every criticism that came, all ideas that came, I just absorbed them. I didn't have to refuse them or debate against them or argument against them and so on. So it was just an interesting experience of having this kind of public meetings. Then we showed some drawings. The architect had made some drawings from the process we already did about what it should look like, and we presented that. And then I'll get back to these drawings. Then the beer drinkers were thrown out of the construction site, and they went to the space, and we got some old benches and a toilet from the municipality, and then some new needs of the users or beer drinkers, participants occurred, because they saw where the sun was, and they saw the people coming by and taking photos of them with their mobile cell phones. So there were other needs that came up when they were actually in the space. And then we made some new drawings with the architect, and at that point it kind of struck me that there was something in the way that the architects worked that didn't work out, because they, as they are taught, they were very skillful, Johan and Sophie, to come and listen and ask questions and participate. But then they went back to their office and made finished drawings, and then they came down and presented it. And I kind of raised the question with them and said, this doesn't work. We have to make a more open process. So we found this process of being more kind of circular, returning, kind of, and where they made half the work of, say, we have to find out how should the pathway be. So they made half the work of how the pathway should be, and then we went down to the users, the participants, and then talked to them about, finishing the work so how it should actually be. So we made a more open process which they could tap into. And an example of how that worked was that at some point we kind of defined that we wanted a fountain, we want some lighting, we want this, what do you call it, a roof over their head, and we wanted a water tap and different things, and a urinal toilet kind of thing. And then we asked the municipality about these things, and they just said, you can't have any of those things. We don't want you to build that. Even though we had our own financing, they didn't have to pay anything. And so we didn't decide, us so-called resourceful people, me, the architect, and from the kind of a lokaludvalget, which is kind of a partly local, partly activist institution that are in different parts of Copenhagen. They were part of the project as well. And we didn't decide ourselves. We went down to talk to the beer drinkers about it. So we had this situation, and we said, we have this problem, they don't want any of these things, what should we do? And they discussed among themselves, and they said, okay, if we don't have a urinal, we're just gonna piss with the trees, behind the trees, and it's gonna smell really badly, and we don't really mind about that. We're drunk anyway. And but other people won't tap into this space then. It won't be a public space. And as we had defined together that this was a place for everybody, it wasn't just a place for the beer drinkers, then that wouldn't work out. So with this argument, we went to the municipality and said, we want a urinal, we have to prioritize that. And in the end, they said yes to doing that based on those arguments. And then we made the finished drawings, or the architect. In the end, we had some finished drawings, and this looks like this, not too important. And then we started building, and just at that point, before, when the design was kind of finished, we had maybe like 15 encounters. So this was also something that was produced in this process, that normally you have an encounter with the users, maybe when you have worked with something for a year, planning everything, and then you encounter the public meeting, and then you have decided many things, and you invite people in to be experts in how to build a public space, and in an hour and a half, and you have this workshop with lots of post-its, and people come in with all their comments, and it doesn't really, you cannot really put it into the project because you already worked for a year. But what I learned from this process, you have to qualify users to participate. You cannot be city planners in an hour and a half. So because we have all these encounters, 15 encounters, so when we came up with something new, they knew everything that has gone before, what we have decided, what the value was, what the municipality said, what the neighbor said, and so on. So we started building it from the first work day, nice day's work. We started constructing it, building it into the ground. It was minus 10 degrees, so it was really cold in the beginning, and it ended up something like this. It's almost finished at this point. Yes, and one of the things that also happened in the process was that before you saw the beer drinker, you could see the beer drinkers as self-destructive people sitting there wasting their lives. But because they actually did this project, and it was very visible in the neighborhood and in the local newspaper and so on, and in meetings, they kind of got another position in the local society, local community, that they actually have been constructive and building something for everybody, for the larger community. So their role kind of shifted, or their potential role shifted. Okay, another project. This was after. It's been working on it for the last couple of years, also with Spectrum Architects. The People's Park is an old activist park which the citizen of Nørrebro, another community of or neighborhood of Copenhagen, have really put their claws into, because it was supposed to be a housing area, but they took it and said, we want a park, not another house. So this was just 30 years of history in one sentence. And then 6-7 years ago, it was redeveloped, reconstructed, and they got this bridge, which was dysfunctional. It was supposed to be a stage, but it never worked as a stage. And it became a symbol of bad architecture and the municipality taking control over something that was normally the people's park. And the park today, or before, I mean, it's still, but it was a park that was had immigrants, especially from Africa, West Africa, that came to house a shelter for the homeless, and Romanians and Romas also, and Danish homeless, and it was young immigrant kids, gangs, so-called supposedly gang members, and then police, and then you had this left-wing activist in the People's House that was still there and had this activist house. So it was, and then there was all the rest of the people living in the area. And so we kind of were invited, some of the homeless. What happened was that there was some tourists from Jutland who looked like Hells Angel motorcycle gang members, but they just looked like them. There wasn't anything near that. They came with their car and drove into the park by a mistake. They were going to a concert on the other side of the road, and they were then attacked by these immigrant gang members because they thought they were the opposing competitious gangs, and they were attacked. And then, and this is my very short version of the story, the journalists called the politicians, the mayor of Copenhagen, say, you know, what are you going to do about this violent attack on innocent tourists? Yeah, we're going to do something about it. We're going to create more security in the park. So look in my toolbox as the mayor, and they say, okay, security, well, maybe that's architecture. Let's do some architecture and solve this problem with gang members that are unemployed and social problems and blah, 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 that leads to all the same issues that Tone raised. And then they called us and said, you know, can you do something about this? And this was a sympathetic move, I think, because we have been working very much with user involvement and maybe making a horizontal structure in many different projects. So what we did was, to start with, we talked to all of these people. I won't go into it. We talked to everybody. And before our process, the municipality has also talked to a lot of the people there, but not the young immigrant kids and not the African immigrant, not the young gang members, so supposedly gang members, and the immigrants from Africa. They had not talked to those two groups, which are those who kind of manifest, in a way, the largest insecurity by lots of people. But we talked to everybody anyway, and then we kind of made this contract with the people, local people. They are saying, you know, you have local knowledge. We're going to come here without any plans, any ideas. We're just going to listen to your analysis of the place, not your ideas, because this is our specialty, our profession, but we want to hear your analysis of the space, and we want to listen to your needs. And then we will add our professionalism as architects and artists and whatever, and then we're going to make a good result together. So that was in a way the contract. We don't come with any plans, and we will listen to you, but you should also respect when we have to make compromises and put things together and translate it into something that is workable as a public space. And that worked out really well, and we respected each other and everything. Then we had 3 meetings with a steering group we made of the one who were most involved in what happened in the park. So first we presented the analysis of the space and talked to them what they thought about it, and they said, you know, this is correct, but you have to do this. This is also something you have to understand. And then we proceeded in the process. Then we made some kind of conceptual drawings of, you know, we're going to have this there and there. And then we had a new meeting, presented it, and had some new editing of the plans. And then we made the finished renderings of what we're going to do. And then presented that again in a meeting. And then at that meeting, this is normally where the municipality architects present their plans when they are almost finished. But at that point, when we presented it, we had a meeting that was scheduled for an hour and a half, but it only took about an hour, because it was like, you know, that's the way you went. This is how it looks, what we've been discussing and so on, because we are kind of gone hand in hand all through the process, so everybody were in on which direction it was taking. One of the things I want to talk about, this is the process, blah, 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 and this is the finished park. We converted the bridge into something a bit more usable. One of the things that occurred in this process was that because we did all this involvement and spent it wasn't a democratic process as such, because we didn't talk to everybody. We only talked to 175 people out of 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 people, but we try to use Facebook and local newspaper and so on to communicate to the larger audience or citizens and ask them to come with comments and so on. So everything was communicated out, and it was all transparent to everybody. All documents, everything was put out. And when we posted something on Facebook, we had 1,000 users or 1,000 viewers or whatever it's called. But the thing was, when we went around talking to these different groups of people, we understood that there was a lot of prejudice towards each other. The residents thought that all 15, 20 immigrant kids, brown immigrant kids, were drug dealers. And we found out there was only one guy who had this territory of selling hash in the park. So everybody else was something else. And some of them had a job, some were in education, some were sportsmen, a professional sportsman, taekwondo champion. Some of them were in a gang, but they all, so there's very diverse, a totally different story than the one they thought, and they were always very concerned about getting this park to work, getting the neighborhood to work, and they were the one who were most persistent on saying that we should have families with kids in the park, because no one else believed in, because it was kind of a very masculine park with things going on. People thought things were going on because there was these brown men and black men standing there, so things must have been going on in the park. But because we could, anyway, so we talked to these different groups and told the stories and the visions and analysis of these groups and the size of these groups to each other, which kind of made the prejudice fall down step by step. And made the image of each other change. And so that was something that we got out of the process, which was, again, not intentional. It's not something that I planned, but because I was open, we made a process that was open to take that in the process. It became part of it. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Now it's time for a discussion, and it's both a Q&A and a conversation, and we would like you guys to join us in raising questions. So please raise your hand so our microphone runners can reach you and see you, and I will do my utmost to keep an eye and see where the hands are. But just to start, to get the discussion going, because you've all in quite different ways, touched on the importance of dialogue and the importance of process. Probably you, Kenneth, more than Ibrahim and Silvia, but it kind of runs through the way that you work with the composition of your works, Ibrahim, and the nature of Space Metropolis is based on long-term kind of continuous dialogue where you keep coming back to engagement with the locals, with the immigrants, with the target groups. Could you just evolve a bit more about the necessity in terms of perception? Why is that so crucial in order to get people really to perceive the intentions that you bring in as artists and curators? And how does that influence the way that they engage? Kenneth, for instance.
I come out of the arts scene, and I've been working with arts, normal art or whatever we call it, objects and stuff, performances for many years before I kind of went into this practice, which I've been doing the last 10, 12 years. And at that point, I kind of gradually shifted this idea of the viewer or the audience to something that maybe could be called participants or collaborators or something else. So in a way it becomes, you could say that it had become reversed elitist in a way, because the beer drinkers understand this project much better than any from the art community. So in a way it's not, I'm not trying to gain legitimacy with the projects by getting those to participate. It is us who do it. It is us who make the project. And it's, I create a platform and I initiate it maybe, but I'm not the most important player. Maybe I have experience in project management and so on, and I form maybe the ethics, and I form the participation, and I form the dialogue. Sometimes the aesthetics, but not always. As with these two projects, I had architects participating who were more forming the actual aesthetics. So it's more a question of doing something together that makes sense, that is relevant. So especially in the last example with the People's Park, how do you make a public park that is relevant to people who use it and not relevant? It can also be, but not solely relevant to the architect or the municipality. So this is kind of, saying, what should be relevant to who, and how do you orchestra that? How do you make a process that actually achieves that? So, yeah.
Which could bring me to ask you, Silvia, how did you create that notion of relevance in the meeting between the artists and the 200 illegal immigrants that you had in Space Metropolis?
Well, Space Metropolis was perceived like a serious game, and with this serious game we could cross and mix the users and the inhabitants, and we could make reality the meeting between the first art world and with this community, and also broke and cut with all these common ideas, the normal ideas of our society in front of the occupied space. So we try with this a journey to the moon, with the construction, with the building of the big rocket, building this strange imaginary to make it possible the meeting of users that usually don't meet in the city. So this is a large project, Space Metropolis and Mahama, and the Occupy experience is 6 years old. So it's also, this is important because I think that's only with time, you need time to do this type of processes, because during the 2 years for the film, we invite I don't know a lot 1,050. 1,000, I don't know, many artists, and so every week we had a meeting or a workshop or some artist or architect work there. So it was day by day, the process of the building of this project, and now it's the same. If you go now in the metropolis, you possibly you meet different artists working in the particular houses or in the common places of the metropolis. So I think that the time it's absolutely important. And also it's different. For example, with the usual idea of the product of art, because it's a process. So you don't know really. At the beginning, I didn't know exactly my role and also my time of work. But
if I may, I think that I'm observing this very much as a newcomer. I had no real expectation as to what this conference would offer, but I have a vested interest in arts and globalization from an art historical perspective, and try to at least view your projects in light of the art historical projects that have preceded what you do as individual artists in space and time. And I wanted to kind of hone in on the fact that all of you sort of mentioned a kind of a legitimate maybe discomfort with the very role you were occupying. I'm not sure that you'd call it a discomfort, but I think Ibrahim fell on the idea of the artist in the 21st century, and then you talked about the role of the curator as a fiction, and then finally, Kenneth, you spoke about your work as, well, it does simply by example intersect community planning, city planning, kind of urban development, and kind of forms of non-art activity. And I mean, at least throughout art history, the sense to which you saw sort of historical categories and movements or isms emerged out of a lack of satisfaction with the status quo. You mentioned the importance of the space metropolis being non-institutional and non-commercial. Is it to some extent that you all see yourself as defining a role outside of a given context, or that you feel that it's important that there is an alternative that you can indeed occupy and somehow demonstrate in your activities as artists and curators respectively?
I mean, dissatisfaction, yes, but not outside. I mean, what I very deliberately have done is to work within structures, not outside. And I don't use, criticism. I don't stand. I mean, one role of art, which I respect very much, is to stand outside and criticize something, because you can view it and deconstruct it and understand it in different ways. And I have tried to take a different strategy of trying to work within the structures constructively, because I think criticism often divide people. And I think dialogue is more interesting as a strategy to achieving something. So because I'm interested in actually changing something in real life, I kind of need to do something that actually change something. So therefore, I've used different strategies of working together with, but still trying to infuse an ethical platform and integrity, which I think is very important to talk about, because in a lot of things, as I experience, there's really a lack of integrity out there. And as an artist, we always, it's kind of part of the profession of an artist to be in integrity, because we know everything we send out there, every painting, every sculpture, every performance, it always falls back to ourselves. We can't say it was a curator that wanted it, or it was a party who wanted it, it was a company who wanted it. We can't say that, which I hear very often when I work with municipalities and companies, and we have to earn money, or whatever excuse people have for not having integrity. So that is something that is very important to infuse into these systems.
I feel like Kenneth has been in my mind
through his responses and all that, because I think what he said in relation to the question you asked and earlier on is very, very important. For me as an artist, I'm fully aware of the kind of legacies that we have inherited now in terms of practices and all that. And it's also very important for me to make a contribution to the current discourse, but then to come to it from my own point of view in terms of how I plan to the kinds of choices that I want to make in the production of things. So, as he said, the integrity is always very, very important in terms of the ideas you have and how you want those ideas to manifest. So, whether you decide to work with a particular module, or do you want to create something entirely new, I think it's your role as an artist to know exactly where that is leading to or where that is going. And I think it's very, very important. Once you are fully aware of it, then you can be able to position yourself and then know whether it's relevant or not. And I think this question of relevance also determines how projects or ideas always end up or manifest in the end.
So to some extent, the question of relevance is basically kind of a turning point, making it relevant for the participants, making it relevant in a long-term perspective. So the transition of your work in Accra and doing, for instance, transforming it into an art presentation, a kind of case presentation at the Venice Biennale, that transition, how did that work in terms of the relevance? You touched on that in your presentation, didn't you?
Yes.
That was actually kind of a disenfranchising approach, wasn't it?
No, to make things a bit clear, the projects that I work on, mostly they are very, very independent and they have its own way of operating. But I cannot also deny the fact that my background is fully based on art. I'm an artist. So in as much as I work on these projects, there is going to be a lot of instances where you have to work with institutions or other things, because your ideas have to grow or go beyond those local or personal or independent structures that you like to work with. And a space like the Venice Biennale or any other biennale or institutional structure isn't as different as working with the kinds of structures that I work with. It's just a matter of the artist being fully aware of how these things are going to be positioned. For instance, in the Venice Biennale, the space that I used, the images that you saw, wasn't the original space that was planned for the exhibition. Yeah. But I think that for me as an artist, it was really important for me to be aware of the kinds of spaces that I want to engage with, or how I want people who encounter those spaces to reflect upon the conditions created within that space. So if it probably was put within a space where I didn't really think it was important or crucial to the integrity of the work, then that would be compromised. Then you wouldn't actually have the sense of talking about the work or placing the work within the entire practice becomes quite misplaced. But then once it still falls within the same ideas, because spaces always come in different forms, they come with their own histories, their own characteristics, and I think for me it's always important to have a dialogue with things, but then to have a real sense of genuinity to the space, and then not to compromise. There are very little things you can compromise to, but sometimes there are things that are really, really huge that cannot be compromised, and I think that's the key thing.
At this point, I would like to invite the audience to join us, and we already have 3 questions. Vahid, I think you were out first for here in the first row.
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Vahid. I'm a theater director and a filmmaker. I also work in the board of director of Roberto Cimetta Fund, which supports mobility, artistic mobility between Europe Middle East, and North Africa. I have a question for three of you, and also given the different backgrounds you're coming from, I would be very interested to know the financial aspect of your projects, particularly if there is any money involved, how much, where the funding comes from, and more importantly, who's paid and a salary, and who is quote-unquote users or participants.
I think I would like to give a basic answer. My most of the projects I have worked with, 99% of them, I funded them with my own work. Basically, I just came out of art school. I spent a lot of years studying in school. So during my time doing my MFA, I used to do portraits of families to raise money to make art. But then people who were receiving those portraits thought I was giving them art, but I didn't think. It was just a way of raising money actually to do the kind of work that I wanted. So most of my projects came from that. And also, there are aspects of the work that also gives me a bit of room or right to raise money. Because for me, this idea of having to fund projects like what I do is very important, the kind of independence the artist has over the kinds of decisions and choices that he makes. It's very, very, very crucial, especially when you're dealing with the kinds of subjects that are very sensitive, like the things, the issues that I work with. And most of the collaborators I work with, I pay all of them. The materials that I use, I buy everything. Mostly when I like trading, so most of the people I collect materials from, I'm mostly interested in the old materials, which are more or less have this archival thing about them. So I mostly purchase new materials and then I trade those old materials with them, and then I pay series of workers, and then, but in mostly the spaces that I work with, I don't pay people within the space. But in as much as there is a dialogue between myself and the collaborators, it's also the conditions of production is also very important to me. So I cannot just say we are collaborating to do a work, so you're not going to get paid, and it has no. It's very important. I fully understand those conditions. So we try to dialogue to reach a point where we know this is what you're going to get out of it physically, and this is what we are going, all of us collectively, in the longer term, because we are trying to build sort of a new society in the way that we think, in the way that we do, in the way that we present things. So that's the way, from my point of view.
I mean, with the beer drinkers at Inghave Square, we raised money from the Danish Art Board, some art money, and then from this local community kind of municipality institution, Lokaludvalget. And then me and the architects were paid, got some salary out of it, not fully paid, but we got something. But all the beer drinkers, the participants there were volunteers, but it was their own project. It was for themselves, to create a situation for themselves, and they got the space, and we didn't, so we came in, participated, and were part of the process, and went away again. So that was kind of the contract in a way, or the. And with the park, the People's Park, it was we were hired by the municipality as consultants or whatever to do it. So we were paid for all our hours, almost all our hours, and and all that lived there, of course, they were volunteers and came to the meetings voluntarily.
For Space Metropolis, I did also the fundraising, and I find a little budget for the film, only for the film, but really a little budget. And but all the activities are for free there, because it's an illegal occupation, so it's impossible to think in an economy structure there. So it's autonomous and free, and so our work there was for free. But the only money was invested for the film, for the post-production, and the budget was from the province of Lazio, of the province of Rome. So with the public money, we could finish the film.
Okay, yep.
Add a comment just to say, I think it's very important that we as artists are paid for our job, and curators as well. And for many years, just to set my foot down, and because for many years I've been in lots of art projects, even in museums, where I've been paid nothing or almost nothing when everybody else were paid something. And this is just a totally unequal situation to be in, and not feasible in the long run. Yeah.
I think that's an important statement to make. We have another question down in the corner to my right.
Am I on? Yes. My name is Charlotte, and I'm an independent curator working here, but also internationally. Actually, I think I've actually lost my questions on the way, but I think it was really three really inspiring talks you made. It's not loud enough now, it's better? Okay. And Silvia, I really liked what you said about that your project were contaminated by life. And I think that might be sort of a sentence that involve all the projects of yours. What I was thinking was, like, yesterday Paul Goodwin was talking about who is doing what with whom and when and where. And I think a lot of the questions that we are sort of raising today is actually also about the who and the when and the where. And I think when going out of institutions, when working in this kind of collaborative way, about the question of time, then you really need the time to negotiate new structures. So I would like to just dwell a little bit about this kind of long processes, and maybe it's just more a statement than actually a question, but do you see the time as a kind of resource when working within structures that are different than the art institutions?
Anyone want to comment on that?
You asked about time? Yeah. I mean, time is totally crucial, and it is for different reasons. We all touch upon it, and it's part of what we do. And I think in the process time is really crucial, because it is, when you make a new park, it's going to be there for a lot of time, a long time, and it has to be thought through. And a lot of things so I think that things have to kind of be grounded before you make a decision, a final decision. And that takes time. You have to negotiate and understand and be there over time. And sometimes my process is also that long that kind of the context or the conditions change, which is really, really important, because it reminds me of, and us who works with it, that will happen again and again over the comes. How can we adapt the project to that it won't be a stable situation that we are working in? And so that's one aspect. But the other aspect is also, as with integrity, time is also really something that is not a lot of in society today. And no architect or designer, whatever, people from the municipality, planners from the municipality, can spend as much time as I can on the project, or choose to do and insist on doing. Because it's just, there's not the time to do it. And so that's why also I think it becomes very, very, important, and also a reason why I can, say that my projects are very successful, and a lot of, and it's very much to do just with time, just having the time to actually do something properly. And I think just to go a little bit back to the art academy, art institutions and so on, when there's a lot of, one of the things that was very nice about this long period where I didn't earn any money and nobody wanted me to show anywhere, was that I had a lot of time to spend on things. And also in art school, you had lots of time, you don't know what to do, and maybe I try to play with this clay and see what happens and so on. And this is really, really crucial, because it kind of those what I've seen now that I'm kind of a bit older than been some time since I left art school, that the time I've spent on actually doing some proper research on some issues is still what I'm drawing on now. And so I think it's very important that we don't fuck up art schools by trying to get into exhibitions, that the students don't get into exhibitions and get galleries and so on, because you need to be bored for a long time so they can actually do some proper research and hopefully continue that after art school. So, please.
Yeah, for me, also when I worked for this project, I thought that when you don't have money, have time. So this change of value between the people there was so important, because we have nothing to offer and we haven't the solution for the real problems in this space, but we decided to do this gift of time of our works. So the inhabitants evaluated really in a marvelous way this type of gift. And also the work with the artists was in this way. We are all the time exchange values, and this is really important in this type of project, I think. You have money, but you have time, and you know that all the professionals have something real, and we are exchanging this type of values in this project. So I think for me this is the basic consideration in this sense.
We have another 2 questions before Tony. We have a question in here, in the man in blue, please. You get a microphone. Oh, there's one over here as well, which came before Tony.
Thanks a lot. I wrote it down. I've worked a lot with these projects, and in my and I have just one question to the 3 of you, and that is, what if it gets big? You know, artists that originate projects in the social realm. What if it gets big, and the political side gets overhand? And what if it gets big, and then you need to? You talked about integrity, but I just talked then about compromises, because the professionals have aspirations, the professionals have their relevance, we have our relevance. What if it gets, because now you're really having these small individual, but is it possible, just as a future idea, is it possible that we get really big projects set up by single artists? Will we just become like film instructors in Hollywood, where we're bounded by lots of political money, all kind of things, where you are still talk about your own relevance and your integrity, but looking from the outside, we can see the problems that they have with a budget of 60 million to make a movie. Then you have to work together with all kind of other institutions. So it's just, is it possible to have these kind of projects, but then big?
Sorry, can I interject there?
Yeah.
I think it's interesting what you mean by big. Do you mean in scale? Because they're big ideas.
Yeah. Yeah. I just that's why I mentioned the Hollywood idea.
Right.
It's a big
so
idea.
Big, we're talking about quantitative. We're talking about budgets.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I know that artwork sold for 60 million, but I can't see anyone donating 60 million to a social project of this sort, mainly because I don't necessarily think that they need it in order to be effective now. But throw it back to you guys, but I say that from the perspective of a curator, I think that artists are always producing concepts that are incredibly useful to us within society, and often actually those concepts become inspirations for the kind of big budget movies that you may see in a Hollywood production. But I don't think it's necessarily the intentions of artists to do projects of that scale.
But it's not the intention. I just
Right.
asked them as a idea of
Right.
could it get big, and how would we, could we could we make it function?
Right.
Because there's some. I worked in a project where a lot of outside people came, where a lot of interest, political interest in the community here, and then I could see that, then the interest of the architects, of the designers, they become part of it, and I can keep my integrity, but if it's a square for lots of other people, even if I pull out, the square goes on. And then we can talk about integrity, but then the project is, in that sense, big, that, and it doesn't matter if you fail, but I'm just asking, how would you tackle it as an idea?
Well, no. For me, it's no.
No.
Because if Francis Ford Coppola called me proposing to curate this project with a lot of money, I say no, because in this case, in Space Metropolis, the money it will be used to build real houses and to stay to make a good life for the person that live there. So it's not possible that this type of projects it could be done with money, with many money, because it's absolutely in contrast with the situation, with the context in this case. But
I mean, if I understand you correctly, you're asking if these ideas produced in the art world, and especially in this kind of social art world, whatever we call it, if they can be upscaled, if they can actually be adapted to normal life in a greater scale. And this is, I mean, for me, this is what it's all about. And when you say it's about creating houses, but that is upscaling your project. To create housing for these people and giving them a position in society, that's upscaling your project. My interpretation. And for me, it has been a very crucial question, because yes, I can talk to 30 beer drinkers and get a totally precise understanding of their needs and their analysis, their situation, and I can work with them on a one-to-one basis, so we build something that they say, yes, that's relevant, that kind of, that piece of wood is relevant for me. But the question is, and that's nice, and it's nice, but to me it's totally crucial to find a way to let these ideas float into society. So it was very interesting for me to be asked to do this People's Park, Folkets Park, because there I had to deal with a lot more people. So I kind of had the question there: how do I upscale this involvement model, and so on, and the budget as well? It was 10 times bigger, the budget. It wasn't a problem to use it, because the challenges were so much bigger. But so it is. I think it's a very crucial question that if we don't find ways of, mediating our ideas and concepts in a way that can be adapted to society at large, then it doesn't come any further. It's just sometimes it has to get out there in some form. I don't know what you think.
But I think I would allow Tony to come in here, actually, because.
Well, I'm going to tag on to Gillian's and Charlotte's questions of time and upscaling, because my question would be to all of you three, a question of when do you pull out? What's the duration of your project? How do you terminate? When do you decide that a project is terminated? When do you leave a particular collaboration, in your case, Ibrahim, or a specific community, in your case, Silvia, and a project of involvement, in your case, Kenneth, and how are you dealing with the real urgency of the life politics? You were talking, Charlotte was quoting you, Silvia, for saying art infiltrated by life, or permeated, infected by life, or something. But so what's the relation between this real life politics? Does it stop by building a shelter or inviting artists to come in and do different projects?
this occupied space it continued to live in the same way of the beginning. So the occupation born in 2009 and is the same. They live there in the same way now. The cultural project, first the Space Metropolis, this film, and after this idea of the Museum of Other and Otherness, Mestizo City, are two cultural projects proposed inside. So I curate the first one, this film, and I continue to collaborate in this second one. But we could propose all these activities around these two projects because our activities there are continuously in this long time. So the inhabitants we are quite friends of the inhabitants, and we could enter in contact because we didn't propose nothing useful. So we proposed at the beginning to build a big rocket, so a sort of game, absolutely unuseful for them. So because I and the two directors thought and think that only with this device we could tell this story across with the fiction, absolutely. And when we arrived, the people said, yes, you can do the rocket, all these type of games that you want, because it was sort of, well, these people are crazy, are artists. It's not relevant, their presence inside the space. So this is it was the color of the beginning, but with this joke we could enter really in contact and build together this cultural project. But they in their houses there are pieces of art, there are pictures, there are sculptures, there are intervention. So the private and common places are full of art. We after 6 years, probably 4,000 artists and intellectual architects were there. So it's absolutely, it's a sort of strange experience, but also important in my context, because I think that we need this space of reflection, but not because it's a place where it's not for me it's not a model, it's not something that as Trampoline possibly. I never present this project like a model that you can replicate in other contexts. No, because this was a way we use the culture, we use arts for tell a story and disseminate the information about our policies in my country with these struggles. So for me, it's a sort of ambivalent project.
Ibrahim?
I think that she has touched upon a lot of things, but for me, within my projects, I've always made it a point to understand or tell myself that there is an agenda that I have, and all the projects that I worked with or I have in mind are towards that agenda. Some of them will work, some of them will not work, because there are there's different sets of conditions that operate within different spaces. So even when a project is not realized and I call it an unrealized project, I know that it's still very relevant in terms of what it presents. Those series of dialogues or negotiations always help to create new events that would present new ideas. So for me, it's important to make this kind of distinction and to know that everything leads to something else. So Of course, you're trying to create a situation that provides an alternative in terms of our own views about society. So you're not going to have it very easy. You have to try many different times, and you have to be ready to fail completely in order to realize your steps in order to create something else. So for me, it's important to realize that everything is a development of what we have done in the past, because we want to achieve something. So
fantastic. Kenneth, did you?
I mean, about when to leave a project. I mean, some projects, like, you know, when you have someone refurbishing your kitchen, then they come in and then they do it and then they leave again, and that's fine. You have a contract or an agreement, and that works out fine. And I don't think we should apologize for leaving projects when we finished it in general. I mean, I'm sure we agree on that. The other thing is that when I work with for me personally, with the Inghave Mini Park project, I saw that, which was not intentional, but it happened again, that some of the beer drinkers actually began to work, which they haven't done for 20 years or something, and they kind of expressed that this was really nice. They liked it, and they got a kind of a small raise in self-confidence. And when I finished the project, it was like, you know, I want to work with these people again. Let's continue. This was really cool. We achieved something. But the project ended. The money ended. And there wasn't more to build. So that was, I kind of had this feeling inside, we should do more. And I tried to invite Sue to another project, which partly failed. But I've been thinking, and then when I did the People's Park project, we were invited to do architecture and involvement, but we also saw that there were people, young immigrant kids and African immigrants, they were unemployed. And we were building for 1.5 million kroner in that neighborhood, and they were not getting any of those money, except for the fact that the construction company themselves decided to hire 2 of them. So I've been working on that now. Now I'm working for a project for the Minister of Housing, or whatever it's called, to develop methods for employing people in troubled neighborhood, or whatever we call them, in social housing neighborhoods, when you're building something anyway. So how can you actually, get people that are unemployed in a social housing area employed in that construction that is taking place in their own neighborhood? So that is a way of kind of, following up the learnings from these projects, what is actually missing. And also I began gradually to, I've been working with these micro projects which can serve as a greater model, but I've been lucky to be involved in projects that kind of see it more from the top, which at this point in time is a learning side for me, because I'm not used to that. And it's really, really interesting to be part of thinking big scale and then down, with that integrity and models and ethics and whatever we have developed in the projects I've been doing.
We have time for one gunshot, and I'm afraid, Regge, it's gonna be somebody else.
No, she's had her hand up for
Yeah, but okay.
Well, I'm just very inspired by also your work, Ibrahim, and I would like to ask who is most important group that you would like to address? Who is it? Like in your work, who is like the most important group or figure that you would like to address? I mean, is it like a political statement, or can you define it? Can you define your work in that way, or is it too complex?
No, I don't think it's. I don't think it's complex at all. I think it's rather very simple. Of course, the work can be political. Of course, most of the production processes that we use operates within that mechanism. For me, in my work, like Kenneth spoke about when he was talking about the production of his space in terms of where the beer drinkers, and talking about this idea of working with the construction company, and then they having to employ people who are within that space. Contrary to that, I'm interested in always finding ways and means in which something can be produced without without a so-called establishment, without something that is really formal. So, for instance, if we're interested in building a structure, are we going to dwell upon a company to do this kind of a thing? It's always been something that I questioned in my work. So that's why I'm always interested in the marginalized, in people who, I'm mostly interested in people who don't have jobs, or people who don't have any skills, people who don't fit. And we, through the series of negotiations and dialogues, we learn to build what we want to use or what we want to say. So it's quite counterproductive for me to develop a big idea in terms of creating an object and then trying to find someone who can make it exactly. I'm interested in someone who can engage with the production process and what that object becomes in the end. So, but of course, sometimes you have to work with other people who know a bit, some things that are much more technical. But for me, it's very, very important how this citizen who is somehow neglected within his own rights and everything becomes a player in constructing a society that his very presence is within that whole birth. So I think it's very, very important. And at the end of the day, if the government says, "Oh, we want to fund a project or an exhibition," I think that it's the form of the work can always change. If I am doing these kinds of projects, doesn't mean if I get a certain kind of funding. Coming back to the earlier question, I would. Sometimes it's just a series of gestures or actions leading into something, a manifestation of something. So they can also be channeled into the production of other things. So for instance, in her projects, like the building of houses or trying to create a new space or society, like as in Kenneth's work, it's always very, very important that the form is adaptable to the ideas and the circumstances surrounding the whole production. So it's not very fixed. It's not like you're in a factory having to produce something at the end of the day, this total annihilation. It's very, very important how you constantly negotiate your own way and then the objects that you have in mind in terms of how they remind us about why we are here and why we are doing what we are doing and where we want to go afterwards. So it's important.
And I think, thanks a lot. I think I would let that be the last word. So please, let's give the panel a big hand. Thank you to Ibrahim, to Silvia, to Kenneth, and not least thank you to U.S.A. for joining me in the moderating. And now it's time for lunch. As you already discovered yesterday, there is a whole bunch of good restaurants and bars and cafes around us. So it's just to walk out there. Unfortunately, we have cut your lunch with a quarter of an hour. So we expect you to be back in an hour from now. So we will start again at 2 o'clock, and then we will do it with our two interaction curators here. I think you should come on stage and take a microphone with you, and just make a very short presentation of the little session that we will start with at 2 o'clock. Yeah.
First of all, for those of you who were taking part yesterday, thank you very much. It was a very touching and beautiful experience to see so many people gathering in small two-man tents and debating, swapping partners, debating again, changing the question, debating again, and in a very honest and almost intimate way. Which was a different method or different way of communicating than what we normally see in big conferences. So it was beautiful. This is the first thing I wanted to say. Thanks for those who took part yesterday.
It's the first time we try this, so I was touched, actually. It happens more than I expect. The thing is that today we will debate part 2. So we have to include the feeling of today. Because basically we try to be ultra contemporary, so this function also like a diary. So if what you have integrated today can come in the debate in the tent later on. then it will be more magic or more powerful.
Yeah, so for us it's about generating energy that will change and develop in dialogue with what else is happening in the rooms and in the program. So of course what we did yesterday is going to be different today. Also the question, we have changed it. We have changed the nature of the question in the sense that yesterday it was a lot about self-reflection. The questions yesterday was, are we puppets of the cultural industry? And is intercultural dialogue a fiction like contemporary? These were the questions from yesterday, for those of you who didn't take part. And for today, we are going to go less self-reflective and more thinking about forward into productive way. So we ask a question about this new voice. So it was a suggestion.
Somebody said that everybody is looking for new voice or asking or speaking about new voice. So we'll try to debate who are these new voice, because actually I don't know.
So all of you who are interested, we meet up around the tents after the lunch. Thank you.
So see you again 2:00. there. It's there.
And it's the perfect pronunciation for that. Okay, Kivinen.
And she will probably correct us anyway.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Welcome back. Welcome back to the plenary session. Stretching your legs, feeling that your whole body is actually allowed both to sit and stand after lying down in the tents. Contemplating, talking, interacting with one another. We will go on to the next session. It's a session on networks. It's a session on the importance of networks. Can international networks promote cultural diversity and intercultural dialogue on a local level? And how does that really work? And to help us with understanding both the complexity of the curatorial networks, international curatorial networks, and how they work, and how this might be able to happen, we have two experts with us. First, we will hear from María del Carmen Carrión, who is originally born in Ecuador but works in and out of New York since 3 years back.
Yes.
María is Director of Public Programs and Research at ICI, the Independent Curators International, which is also based in the US. And next to María is Kati Kiminen. And Kati is curator at Kiasma. Kiasma is one of the more significant contemporary arts museums in Northern Europe. And besides that, Kiasma in Helsinki in Finland, and besides being a curator at Kiasma, Kati is the Vice President of IKT, the International Association of Curators of Contemporary Art. So even though we killed contemporary yesterday, she will still be allowed to kind of have that as part of her luggage. So first out will be María and then Kati, and we will do exactly as we did before, 2 consecutive presentations, and then we will go into a dialogue, and once again, it will be very great to have you on board in that dialogue. So please, María.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, my first time in Copenhagen. I want to thank the organizers for the invitation. I'm going to be reading, so bear with me. I'm here with you this afternoon to speak about Independent Curators International, ICI, and its curatorial network. ICI was founded in 1975 by Nina Castelli-Sandell and Susan Sollins as a pioneer organization devoted to support the work of curators and as an organization that will allow for global collaborations to take place in what at the time they already foresaw as an increasingly internationally art world. ICI has been headquartered in New York City since its founding 40 years ago, but from the start it has worked at an international level. The scope of its programs have changed responding to the expanding and changing role of the curator and to the needs of the international audiences that ICI works for. We produce exhibitions, events, publications, as well as research and training opportunities for curators and for diverse audiences around the world. The core question that I have been asked to address today is how international curatorial networks can enhance intercultural dialogue. I would like to tackle this challenge by presenting to you a low-cost training program for emerging curators that ICI started in 2010, the Curatorial Intensive program. The Curatorial Intensive allows curators to connect with peers and mentors and to reflect on their practice while supporting the development of an exhibition idea or program. This could be a publication, a series of educational programs, the development of a new institution, etc. The program is a short duration workshop, between 7 to 8 days, depending on where we do it, where curators take part of seminars, site visits, group discussions, and individual and group advising sessions. Emerging and mid curators that have at least 3 years of experience are invited to apply to the program through an open call that then is juried by a group of professionals in the field. We have organized 26 programs in these 5 years, and we currently have around 330 alumni from 65 different countries and 21 US states. Them, alongside the faculty that has taught in the different iterations of the program, constitute the network I would like to speak about this afternoon. My aim is to present to you our network and its strengths and particularities in a tangential way. I will speak about the specifics of the curatorial intensive, and by doing that, I hope that you will gain an understanding of the kind of network that we're creating and nurturing through this program. So the curatorial intensive. One of the things that make it different to other training programs that exist around the world is that this is a mobile platform of global reach. We have conducted workshops in Ciudad de Mexico, Bogotá, and Buenos Aires. Those three taking place entirely in Spanish, and we're actually going back next month to Bogotá, so we are trying to go back to some places that we have already been to really go a little bit deeper and create bigger connections. We have also done programs in Johannesburg, Addis Ababa, and last week in Marrakesh. This last program was held in English and French. We have also done and continue to do programs in Europe, Asia, and the United States. Up to last year, the program took place twice a year in New York City, but since January of this year, we decided to start organizing programs also in different cities in the US with the collaboration of local partners. This past January, we conducted a program in New Orleans in collaboration with CCA New Orleans and with Prospect New Orleans, the biennial. For the local partners, both nationally and internationally, the program is a great opportunity to nurture the art ecosystem by training the next generation of curators. It also offers the possibility of finding out who are the new critical minds of the next generation and to invite them to work with them. For us at ICI, having local partners is an essential component to the program. It locates the dialogue with the local conversation, within the local conversation. It opens up the scope of collaborators, because we find out through our partners who are some of the thinkers, who are some of the writers, art historians, artists that are working at the local level that we are not aware of. So this is our opportunity to really learn from their expertise and to share forms of practices. So it's always a challenge, it's always exciting, and having a collaborator that is local kind of keeps us on our feet. We do a lot of thinking in New York among ourselves, but the moment we expand that conversation to our collaborators is always a great opportunity to rethink certain elements of the program. I would like to note that many of the places that we go to don't have an academic program for curatorial training. So the intensive is groundbreaking in many regions, in the sense that it provides curators that can afford to travel or to enroll in an academic program a possibility to engage on a curatorial discourse with mentors and peers. Its itinerant aspect allows to multiply the sites where the engagement and discussion of curatorial discourse takes place, beyond places that might have more solvent infrastructures and academic programs. By taking the conversation to these alternate sites, we make it viable for many curators that, due to visa restrictions, will find it hard or impossible to secure visas to travel to Europe or to the United States, to meet with peers and to present their ideas. It seems like it's not so much of a radical action, but the fact that it's extremely hard to find visas, like when you hold an Ecuadorian passport, like I do, even to come to Europe, it's quite remarkable that the fact that if you move around and you do programs in certain locations, is going to be much easier for people that are based and that hold a passport from certain nations to be able to join the program. It is also quite significant that each iteration of the program brings together a very diverse groups of curators to the discussion. I want to talk a little bit about the Marrakesh program, this one that we just ended on Monday, because I think that one is a great, is a program coming from 11 countries. We had curators from Morocco, Turkey, Portugal, the UK, Ghana, Zimbabwe, Spain, Nigeria, Pakistan, South Africa, and Tunisia. Some of them were living and working in places far away from their country of origin, including New York, Dubai, Brumadinho in Brazil. This also meant that among the majority of the conversations, that although the majority of the conversations took place in English and French, and that implied a great share of translation between the two languages, there was a total of 19 languages spoken around the table. And I'm just going to list them because I did a little survey to try to find out where people were coming from in terms of the way they were thinking and the way they were mentally translating on top of the translation that we were already having. And these 19 languages are Arabic, Spanish, Catalan, French, Portuguese, English, Turkish, Ndebele, Shona, Twi, Ga, German, Afrikaan, Urdu, Jugrati, Bini, Urobo, Ishan, and Shekiri, sorry. You were saying over lunch that language creates reality, and I agree with that, because it really shows that a mental space and a way of understanding the world, like a cultural framework. So having this diversity of languages spoken around the table really it speaks about the diversity of thinking that a program like the Curatorial Intensive has. That extraordinary diversity of spoken languages point to the richness of cultural perspective and to the complexities that were put on the table, and to the incredible amount of cultural translation that took place during the week. I would like to emphasize these aspects since translation and accessibility is something that we're particularly invested in. Most of our training programs are highly international, with participants joining from different corners of the world. This implies a great deal of cultural translation, as I said before, but also implies that we need to understand the specificity of the different contexts represented by participants and faculty. And this means that sometimes the conversations take a really long time to unravel, because one word can trigger a number of concepts that are dealt in a different way in the different places. It also means that we don't believe that the curatorial discourse has an Anglo-Saxon prerogative. We have been very careful in choosing the language we run our programs when we go to a non-English-speaking country. We have realized programs entirely in Spanish and partially in French. This is a conscious political decision that reflects on the richness of place and language, but also for limiting the preview of it. To accomplish realizing the program in another language besides English also means that we have and that we will be translating texts about curatorial discourse at the moment only exist in English. We're currently on the final editing stage of a reader with curatorial texts that haven't been translated to Spanish and that we produced for the first intensive that we did in Spanish in Buenos Aires 3 years ago. And we're looking forward to translating a number of texts into Arabic. This is a program conceived for professional curators, which, again, it can change depending on the context, that are interested in sharing their experience with curators that have different levels of expertise, who are invited to the program to present their past projects and methodologies, while also serving as a sounding board to the participants' ideas. It is a program that is built on generosity and that emphasizes horizontal learning and sharing. Therefore, the network we are creating is based on human bonding, shared intellectual investment in artistic practice, and the creation of audiences. It drives through the sharing of ideas, long-term conversations, and collaboration. We don't have an established curriculum. However, there is a sort of a hidden curriculum provided by the mentors that are invited to advise in the program that we carefully select for each one of the different programs that we do. With each of the mentors that are artists, curators, writers, it comes a diverse cultural landscape. We aim not to offer a singular vision of the curatorial, but a multiplicity of voices and approaches that speak to the diversity of the field. Another important element to this hidden curriculum is that we allow the different sites to inform our approaches and reflections. This comes from a desire to address the local and to learn from the specificity that cities and regions can provide. By default, this keeps us on track to avoid a parachuting effect or a club med that doesn't matter where we move, we have exactly the same discussion. We don't want to have a prepackaged program that lands and unfolds exactly the same without resonating with the local specificity and without allowing the diverse voices to raise their concerns and share their expertise. So I'm going to try to wrap it up, sharing with you why is it that we do this program and why are we so passionate about building this network. Many of the curators that take part of the program, whether they are coming from a new burgeoning art center like Bogota or from a mid-sized city in the Midwest of the USA, have mentioned in multiple occasions that they experience a sense of isolation in the development of their work. It might be that they are working for an institution where they feel the discussion about curatorial practice have little resonance or feedback, or because they are working independently, sometimes in places where there is little or no critical discourse. There is a strong desire to connect with fellow curators, to build a community, even if it's a temporary one, to understand the relevance of the work they are doing locally, by sharing and contrasting with the work produced by colleagues elsewhere, even to share frustrations, but also to dream together. We provide the opportunity for curators based in multiple locations to connect and exchange ideas, and to carve time in their busy production schedule to reflect on their practice and on the developments of the field. The topics of the discussions change for each program. They are shaped in part by the presentations the mentors bring, many times as case studies, but also by the questions the participants present to the group. In some occasions, we propose a topic-based intensive that connects to the site and allows us to better choose the speakers we invite and informs the curators that apply and get selected. For instance, we did a program a couple of years ago in Northern Ireland, in Londonderry, about curating in places of conflict. We provide a setting and a methodology that allows to spend time together, discussing the artists and ideas, posing critical questions about each other's practices, learning about the infrastructures and conditions of cultural production that exist in different contexts, and how the work of curators impact the field. To give you some examples of the topics participants are eager to engage, I should point that many are interested in discussions around exhibition models and the history of exhibition making, but that there is also an urgency to share and learn about forms of engagement with audience, about fundraising and the ethics behind it. And also there is a strong interest about recovering histories, establishing genealogies for contemporary artists and curators, and focusing on researching and presenting the practices of conceptual artists that have been forgotten or unwritten from history. I would like to emphasize that the platform we provide is not about creating a networking opportunity for the sake of it. Networking is not the goal of the program. It is not just about meeting people, but also about the possibility of establishing connections through shared interest that might develop into long-term collaborations. It is about providing a setting for the exchange of ideas, and hopefully for that exchange, a community will be formed that will serve as a support system, a place to get feedback, bounce ideas against, and avoid the sense of curators working on isolation. The Curatorial Intensive is the incubator for a growing international network, and we spend a lot of time thinking of ways to better help it grow, for better ways to support and create channels of communications. We have done this by offering funding via research fellowships, but lately also, we have been very happy to see that smaller networks of people that are part of the ICI network are starting to be established. For instance, there is a group of about 12 young curators in Brazil of ages ranging between 29 and 35 that have taken part of the program in different cities and that now are meeting periodically out of their own need and desire. They have mentioned they were missing the support and level of dialogue that they had during the intensive and have organized themselves to have these periodical meetings. We are now in dialogue with them to see how ICI can support their efforts and respond to their needs. But we're happy to see that they are taking the lead in creating this regional network. So it's interesting to see this kind of shift of now having not a bottom down, but like really the network taking care of itself and like breaking into regional sections. The diversity of the ICI network signals that a number of the issues respond to the local specificity of the context where the curators operate. Engaging in critical dialogue with a group of curators from around the globe allows each of them to encounter the issues that are relevant to them at the local level, but also across national lines. Issues such as the impact of liberal economies, the ecological and social crash produced by the extraction of natural resources, civil liberties and civil rights, migration and displacement, inequality, labor, gentrification, land ownership, just to name a few. This highly international network is indeed the sum of a number of individual perspectives rooted in the local, a conglomeration of micropolitical practices that have a national and regional impact, but at the same time, they have a desire to be global. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria. I'll give the word directly to you.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you, Rikke, and all the organizations for the invitation to come to speak and present the activities of IKT, the International Association for Curators of Contemporary Art, in this Congress in Copenhagen. And thank you for my fellow colleague María for presenting ICI, well, almost the same age, the organizations, but slightly different base on how we organize our activities, but I see a lot of similarities, at least in the wishes, not necessarily in the ways how we do it, but in kind of like what are the main aims that we want to reach with our work, with our members, and with your participants of the intensive courses. I'm a curator based in Helsinki, here in Northern Europe, kind of like a popular when thinking of the population of the country, almost the same size as Denmark, at 5.5 million. So we are talking about a very small community of people and a very small also contemporary art, let's say, audience, but also a scene. So kind of like coming from this perspective, for me, network like IKT offers a really big input also in my own work as a curator in a museum, which operates both with Finnish but also with international art. What I would like to do today is just shortly present the association to you, and then also to just somehow try to wrap it up. What are the kind of like the main points within our activities, and then how it kind of like comes to back to my own work. So not necessarily talking so much about the work in Kiasma, but then of course feel free to ask later on if you have a need for that. So IKT is slightly older than ICI, so formed in '73, but actually just to shortly give some background about the association, it was already in late '60s. There was a need in Germany among a lot of people to create a platform to discuss about the profession of curating, but they didn't speak about curators at that time. They spoke about exhibition makers. And these exhibition makers came together and wanted to discuss not only the best practices of the work, how to do exhibitions, but then also on the profession. And so it was a combination of both very theoretical, but then also very practical issues. And one of the main themes was that many of the people involved in the first phases of IKT, the Internationale Kunstausstellungsleiterung Tagung. I always hate the complete German name, so I prefer to go with the English one. So it was that many of these people were working with Kunstvereins and Kunsthalles, not in the museums, and they were facing very different kind of challenges in that context, because it was already their own position in such organizations was somehow precarious occasionally, but then also they were lacking the knowledge of creating international standard exhibitions, because they were many of them fresh out of universities and lacking the kind of curatorial education that nowadays is available in many places around the world. And even in Finland nowadays, since 4 or 5 years, we have had a curatorial program, but we were kind of like really late coming in Finland, for example, in this trend of education. So it started as a very informal platform between these exhibition makers, but in the beginning it was very German, or just concentrating on the German-speaking areas in Europe, and then they had occasional and some international members from Sweden, from the Netherlands, but it was for almost 20 years a very German organization. And so, I would say that it has been also very important in the European context in creating kind of like the profession of curators, or how we know it nowadays. So it has also had that kind of like an importance in the whole sense of creating that. And then from the very beginning, what has been important in IKT with these different kind of informal meetings that then have developed into our annual congresses, has been a kind of like an exhibition market, so that not just sharing the knowledge and sharing ideas about curating, but then also really sharing projects, so finding partners and creating projects together. And this is something that is still going on. So still today, IKT is a place for people to meet and exchange ideas and projects and to share knowledge, and especially to broaden the networks. And I would say that the importance of IKT is definitely the network that it creates, and kind of like a platform for discussion, because in many places, as you also mentioned, there is not necessarily such kind of like a amount of people that you would really engage and create a critical discussion on curating. So then at least once a year, or nowadays we try to do it also a bit more often, you can offer people a platform and a place for discussion on curating, and not necessarily in the Biennale or art fair context, which is also kind of like very contested with the program wisely. So kind of like just to keep it to the basics and concentrate on one thing at a time. And as I said earlier, that IKT was from the beginning very European and especially very German organization. It was really only until in the 1990s when we started to get more international and a more wider membership, and or kind of like a variety of members from different countries and even different continents. And I think it started mostly with Saskia Boss being selected as, I think, the first female president of the organization in '99 in Lisbon when the Congress was there. And from there on, it has become to be more like ICOM, CIMAM and ICA, resembling those international associations, but being very unhierarchical from the beginning, being very unbureaucratic, and then it's always based on voluntary work. So this, of course, is a kind of like thing that also gives us some limitations in what we can do. So we are not an office, and we don't have any paid staff who are doing. So everybody is working on voluntary basis. Our lovely members are here in April in our previous Congress in Vienna, at the MAC, wonderful, their old kind of like a lecture room at the Museum of Applied Arts in Vienna. So we have nowadays over 500 members in the association, but we have a little over 300 what we call active members. So we have a lot of sleeping members, a bit older members. They might be members since 70s, but are not necessarily so active anymore. And they come mostly from different kind of non-profit, non-commercial art exhibition spaces, museums, and different kind of, we have a lot of independent curators and freelance curators. I think that's a growing number of members, and it's around 20 new members per year what we get. And they come mostly from Eastern and Western Europe, also from Japan and Australia and Americas, so both South and Northern America. But for example, to my knowledge, we still don't have any members from the African continent, so kind of like we still do have a lot of work with becoming more international. But what has been a joy when I've been working myself active in the association since, I've been member since 2006 and active really since 2009. I first organized one congress in Helsinki and Tallinn at that year, and then 2011 I started to work with the board of IKT, so now I'm on my second round in the board. And what has been a joy to notice is that our members are nowadays so international that they bring kind of like the internationality and the knowledge from different regions within our meetings and our congresses and different kind of other activities that we organize. So it has been a pleasure to notice that they bring the international art world also within the IKT context in many ways. And then just shortly about the aims. So the main aim is still to facilitate and stimulate debate and discussion concerning conception and realization of contemporary art exhibitions and the curatorial profession. So it's very much still working with both how to develop the profession. Occasionally we are also asked to act as some sort of a lobbyist towards different issues relation to the precarious situation of independent curators, regarding the rights of the curators, for example, towards what they create in their work, be that either text material or concepts. So what are their rights when you're proposing or kind of like addressing a museum with a proposal? And then also issues related to, for example, the ethics of your own work. So kind of like how to deal with the curatorial ethics in relation to working with artists and in relation to working with different kind of institutions. So it's very practical issues, but then also towards kind of like how we perceive our profession in this day. And then, for example, when we organize our events, we usually try to organize them kind of like outside of any bigger exhibitions and something in order to be really sure that we can dive into in-depth discussions and not be bothered with other issues. But so practical and more theoretical discussion on curating. And so the main function, as we just have a office with president and a secretary, so we're really not able to support with loads of work. So our main functions are to create the network, to offer certain platforms for discussions per year, and so kind of like we're pretty much limited to those options as being a voluntary association. But what is the main objective is the annual conference that we've been doing since 70s, and it has been traveling mostly in Europe in different places, also slightly overseas, and this is still the main thing that we do. And the idea in a yearly Congress is always to not just to have we always have a certain topic for a symposia that we deal with, be that either theoretical or more practical. But then it's also that we really want to together get to know the scene where we are visiting, a city or an area, and from different levels. So not just visiting main institutions, but it's also visiting non-profit spaces, doing a lot of studio visits. We are usually kind of like 140 people, so it's not that necessarily easy to kind of like handle how you do it, but we have always support from the local members in a place where we take the Congress, and we always come up with really nice solutions of taking smaller groups of people and being able to delve into the different levels of the scene in one specific city. And in the congresses, we've been dealing in a symposia with very kind of like practical issues. So this year in Vienna, my board colleague Katalin Timar from Budapest put up a program on financing in crisis, which was partially in relation to her own situation in Hungary, where most of the institutions are currently sort of taken over by the right-wing government, and they don't really have a liberty to do what kind of like more alternative programs. So now it's interestingly that it's the commercial gallery side which is more supporting a lot alternative things happening of artists and curators speaking about financing in crisis. You mentioned Northern Ireland, and Mikel Amado, my former colleague in the IKT board, also for our Congress there last year, put together a program about in curating. We've been talking about the mediation in contemporary art and how it's in relation to curating, and also about the politics of belonging, because then when the Europe opened with the EU and when the Eastern European countries became part of the EU, they haven't always shared the same feeling of belonging to the whole EU family that we, for example, in the Western part have felt. So kind of like it's often the topics for congresses come from our members, and they have certain topics and issues that they want to discuss. And we've been also asked a lot to do something else during the year than just the Congress. And then a couple of years ago, we came up with an idea to create labs. And this is something that IKT Labs is a completely kind of like an open idea for our members to come up with a proposal of a topic that they want to deal with. So for example, here in Copenhagen a couple of years ago, there was a lab organized by local IKT members on the kind of like what is the situation of the Kunsthalles nowadays in Europe. We have had a lab in Paris, also organized by our members, discussing on curating African art. We had a lab in Rennes, and also kind of like an event one-day event in Mexico City. So kind of like it's our members come with their expertise and with their international connections and topics as well. And nowadays we also host a couple of times a year informal gatherings when we meet together with the board. So then we also try to meet our local members in certain cities. So it's very kind of like grassroots thing, and then it always comes up in the Congress every year. And I'll just very shortly lastly introduce, so nowadays our presidency is in Germany, in Osnabrück, since last year, 2014 in the spring, when the General Assembly of our organization, so it's the members who always choose who is the next president and who is the board, so it's very democratic. We do the decisions in a democratic way. And now it's Julia Draganovic in Osnabrück who is running the organization for the next 3 years. And we do it so that we change it usually every 3 years in order to keep it international. So the office always travels with the new president from place to another. So we've been in Vaduz, we've been in Luxembourg and in Paris and now in Osnabrück, of all the places in the world. And for my own work, just to quickly, as I referred in the beginning, kind of like when working in a very small context and in a very small art scene, even in a country where you have a very small language group of your own, so kind of like not being even completely Scandinavian, but rather part of the Nordic countries, but not Scandinavian. It's super important for the work to have such an international network and be able to link with people there. And it's for practical issues, it's for creating projects together, but then it's also kind of like the intellectual mindset where you can engage into discussion at least once a year for 4 days in depth. Thank you.
Thank you too. Interesting. When hearing both of you, one question that kind of, maybe it's actually two questions, but one thing that popped up in my mind is the idea of networks being inclusive, and then being part of networks myself, I realized that they're not at all always very inclusive. There are lots of different criteria. In fact, they're sometimes quite excluding, because you need to feed into you need to be a curator, or you need to be a museum director, or you need to be a modern museum if it's CMAM, or you need to, you need to have these different criteria. And at the very same time, it's 2015, and the whole composition of the art scene is being rewritten while we're here. Yesterday we killed kind of contemporary. We would
so now you want to kill the network?
No, I don't want to kill the network. But my question is, how do we ensure networks to be actually more including and much more receptive to the transformations in society? I can give you an example. I was a museum director, and my head of communication in 2007 wanted to go to an international conference for heads of communication. And she came back with a lot of good ideas about how to communicate 2007. 2007, 80% of all cultural communication was on paper. It was flyers, posters, postcards, everything was small programs, but it was in paper. Then somebody invented the smartphone, and the world has never. Oh, it's down there somewhere. The world has never been itself again. Today, 80% of all cultural communication takes place via smartphones, and it's not push anymore. it's pool, and it's not me to decide, it's them to decide, and it's co-creative, it's participatory. So how do you guys, running networks with the intention of being inclusive, adapt into the transformations of reality? How do you make sure that your networks are actually very inclusive and are, sorry, contemporary in the sense that they reflect what is going on in our societies? María.
Well, I think I'm reading your question in two different ways. One, like really trying to think about being really inclusive and thinking about the audiences and thinking about the people that might be wondering, well, what is a curator? And in that way, I think that it is okay to be slightly exclusive or like more specific, because I think that the two organizations, IKT and ICI, are very specific in the sense that 40 years ago, someone decided that it was important to think about curators. I mean, like the institutions itself are already thinking about the audiences. Curators are thinking about the artists and following their practices. But it was a very specific moment to think, well, how do we start supporting the work of curators and providing opportunities for them to have a conversation and to develop their thinking? So I think in that way, the network of ICI is really focusing towards that, and the public programs that we do in many cases also do that. Although, of course, the moment you invite a curator to talk about their practice, they are going to be talking about artists, and they are going to be talking about how to engage with audience and beyond. So it's kind of like this double side kind of thing. So I think in that sense, it's important for us, and we have. I wanted to focus on the curatorial intensive as like the main source of this network that we're building. But we have different platforms to communicate with people. One of the platforms that lives on our website, that it's called the Curators Network, a little bit redundant, can actually be joined by other people as well. They can pay a fee, and curators, so it's actually bigger. We have like the 300 alumni plus 200 people from different parts of the world that are part of the network. And in that digital platform, we post curatorial opportunities, job opportunities, residencies. We have a space where people can have a dialogue, so like an online forum. We share materials that we're reading or things that we're discussing in the closed door setting. So it is kind of a way of becoming a little bit more open, but again, open for curators. And I think that there's always this triggering effect of the conversations that happen that then permeate to the larger community through the works of the members of the network. So I don't know if that responds what you were trying to get at.
From a personal perspective, at least, I think that networks to a large degree can be incredibly exclusive, but for good reasons, which is that providing a hub for people to think through questions collectively, but all of those constituent partners having a kind of vested interest in the subject matter or having a vested interest in the future of curating, be it curating or another kind of network, a network for communication experts, for example. And they exist within every industry, networks of some sort. And actually, even without inscribing the idea of a network, this in itself is a network that we're operating in right now. There are certain members, there are certain parties here, and there are exclusions, inevitably. But I think that on the note of what you guys were sort of describing in relation to the way in which your organizations work, one of the things I picked up on is that you mentioned that you had to be a curator with a 3-year track record in order to become an ICI participant. The same way, I mean, it seems to me, you being a PhD recipient and the director of your organization being a doctor, is it not to some extent about a kind of professionalization or creating specialists who can in some way talk about very nuanced issues, but perhaps issues that may be distanced from the very urgent and pragmatic questions being faced by artists within the field? I think it's interesting that you mentioned a platform that is about showing job opportunities, etc. But I'm curious to know specifically with your project how it actually enables opportunities for artists or those who are inevitably connected to the practice of curating but who are not curators themselves.
Well, artists as curators has been one issue that we often discuss. Well, our membership procedure is such that you need to have 2 recommenders from these 300 plus active members to recommend you to become an IKT member, and then it's just a kind of like a very kind of like a letter of motivation to show. So it's not very complicated, I would say, and then it's also that, for example, we within the board and also our active members, they're doing a lot of kind of like spreading information, and when they meet an interesting curator and think that might kind of like bring a more value within the association, so they often propose and you should apply, and that's not too complicated. But what is an issue that we are constantly more and more discussing within the congresses, within the board meetings, is related to artists as curators, and then to the commercial side, because it's getting so blurred. So this is kind of like coming the more challenging, and I would say even more the challenging, the commercial side, how it's mingling through curators, curating, for example, private collections, and then occasionally curating for galleries. So this gray area between the commercial and non-profit is, I would say, more challenging for us when kind of like trying to pinpoint where kind of like the limits of the membership go, or who can be the member. But then what I think certain kind of exclusiveness is kind of like needed, and as you said also kind of like that when you want to keep the discussion in a certain kind of like level and focus on a certain discussion. But we do have some members who have had kind of like the background is more in artistic practice, but then who have really kind of like slipped into the curating and are doing more that. But there are sometimes kind of like slight difficulties how to kind of like pinpoint there, which is the actual practice.
And I'm just curious also to know finally, with the relationship between the role of the curator being one that's inevitably becoming more precarious and difficult to locate, especially when it comes to the role of the freelance or the independent curator. Why do you think it is that networks like yours are expanding at the rate that they are, and that you're doing international programs, and that you yourself are seeing an expansion within your membership, when people know full well that it's a job, a profession that often doesn't offer much reward?
Well, I think, for example, in our case, it's for many members, they want to use the network in their work, especially if they are freelancers. But then, of course, it's sometimes that they really need it as a support, kind of like it's an association that can support their work when thinking of kind of like the values of curatorial work, of thinking of kind of like the how different factors in the field recognize your work as a curator. So they also kind of like are searching for this background that the association can give for them, kind of like recognition and making the work as you do. You do make the work of curator more visible and more understandable, and not just kind of like that it's some strange thing happening up there.
And I think that what made ICI think about creating the curatorial intensive, this specific platform, was exactly the changing role of curatorship, of curators that were not like that were wearing many hats, that were like really doing different things at the same time, and that the moment you start moving and visiting the different contexts, it really changes the way people perceive themselves. Like we'll meet someone in Ecuador, and they will say, well, no, but I'm not a curator. I'm a cultural producer. I'm an organizer. I do exhibitions, but I'm not a curator. So even demystifying the who can claim the word, I think is very interesting the moment you start moving to different contexts. So I think that has been kind of the one of the thriving impulses to create this program. So it goes together. It goes together with understanding how the role is shifting, and at the same time, the moment you start understanding that a bunch of things can be included. That it doesn't have to be the person who went to the MFA of curating, the one that can claim the word, but that there has to be some understanding of some self-reflexivity on the practice at the same time. That is. So I think that balance is something I find interesting.
It has to do both with the changes in the global community, in the global society, but I think it also has to changes in how the perception of the word has actually been changed within the framework of Western tradition. Paul Goodwin touched on that yesterday and used the Tate example of including the former educational officers in the group of curators, so that curating became much more than just dealing with the artworks themselves isolated in a specific context. It was also about how they were disseminated, communicated, dialogued about. So,
but I also, I don't know if that is happening in the context here, but in the U.S. now everything is curating.
Yeah.
Organizing the retailer window is curating. Editors are no editors anymore. There are curators of pages. It's like it has become. So I think it's interesting. If before it was really a matter of like, you will say I'm a curator and people will say what? Now you have to make the distinction. I'm a curator of art, and so it's not read as a curator of a menu or something. So I think there's a change there that is also quite interesting.
There's a question. Paul has a question for us.
Hi, so it's just a very simple question, although I guess it's also quite a broad question. I was really struck in the last session when Ibrahim Mahama kind of, with a lot of clarity, said that his work really took off when he realized he wanted to be an artist of the 21st century. Right? An artist. Sorry, can you hear me?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, so Ibrahim was talking about this idea of being an artist of the 21st century, and he seemed to be very confident about claiming that space of the century as being an artist. And I wondered, just really briefly, although it's an open question, where is the vision for curators of the 21st century from the perspective of your organizations? Because as you said, there's lots of discourse about curating, there's lots of conferences about curating, there's lots of discussions about curating. We talk constantly among ourselves, but where, in a way, as networks, as organizations that are dealing with this on a broader issue, where do you see as the vision for where curatorial practice has to be, in the 21st century?
Well, that's an easy question. Thank you. No, it's really interesting and challenging, I think, and I think there is no one way to respond to that, because I think that the context really informs the way people are thinking about curatorial practice. And although there is a shared interest, if I want to generalize in terms of working closely with an audience and working closely with the community, I think there's an interest also in understanding the history of exhibition making and of really bringing light to moments in art history that probably are invisible and recovering those figures. I don't know if I can say what is the common ground. I mean, it's also, there's a number of curators that, especially in places where there is very little infrastructure, that they see their role as curators to create infrastructure. And that can be creating in a space to have residency for artists, or find resources so they can give money to artists to do production. So I think the roles are multiple, and I think that probably that multiplicity is the sign of the moment, instead of having just one single vision of what the curator was that maybe existed 100 years ago. Now I think that multiplicity is probably the sign of the time.
I'm not sure either if I have kind of like any clear answer on where it's going, but at least in my own practice, one thing that I try to do when thinking of where this should be going, my profession as well, and for me curating is very much being in collaboration with the artist. So of course, for example, for me it is very much to look what young artists are doing and trying to respond to that, which is not that easy when working in a bigger institution, which is kind of like not as big as Tate, but kind of like in a Finnish scale, it's like Tate. So that's always a challenge, but at least to be open to that and try to somehow bring it also in the institution, and try and kind of like nurture it in a way that the institution doesn't kill it, kind of like the big setup. But then what is sometimes frustrating is that what you see outside in non-profit spaces, in artist-run spaces, and kind of like you become interested something, and then you want to bring it into institution, and then the artist himself is kind of like just fascinated with the white cube situation, and then kind of like somehow goes to the traditional, and that is sometimes frustrating for a curator, because then this sort of an aura of an institution is sometimes kind of like that. It's difficult even to when you try to help them to somehow challenge it. But I think one important, at least for me, is to follow what young artists are doing and where they want to take contemporary art, or if not contemporary, but where they want to take art.
We have one last question, Marius.
Hi, my name is Marius and I'm a visual artist. Obviously as curators your job is to work directly with artists, but I think that given your positions and you know, these networks that you have created for curators, you are uniquely situated to create very strong collaborative situations, and then this kind of echoes what Niels and Jose were asking. Do you have any tools, or are you working on any tools that will not necessarily include active members into the association that are not curators themselves, but rather facilitating a way to bring your networks of curators and networks of artists or exhibition spaces or other networks that are amalgamated in the same way that yours are, and create opportunities of collaboration in that way. For example, for me as an artist, if I wanted to engage one of your associations with a project, and I felt that perhaps curators that worked in different ways or in different locations or within different networks might be able to present it in different ways, are there tools in place for someone like myself to do that?
Well, I'm not sure if I completely got your question, but for example, within our organization, we have also many members in IKT who are working with artist residencies. So they are not necessarily curating that many shows per year or even every year, but they are kind of like developing their curatorial practice within residency programs, either their own or working for a residency program. And I think that is definitely one interesting point, because then, for example, for my own work, I think the production side of the curatorial work is very important. So it's not just the conceptual side, but it's very much also hands-on working with the artist and working with the production of a new work, and kind of like very practical help in the actual work. But when we, for example, land with this certain place where we have the annual conference, so it's usually always a place where you hear about different kind of, for example, artist initiatives and different models of doing exhibitions and creating kind of like a very grassroots organizational work, and I think that's, for example, always has been a pleasure to come up with different kind of forms on how to develop. But I don't know if you...
Well, I think with ICI what is interesting is I just presented this one specific platform that creates on its own a certain kind of network. And the word makes it sound like it's more cohesive when it's actually just like more these contact of different interests of people. It's not really, doesn't have really a membership package that comes to it and explains why you're part of it or not. So I like this idea of this thing being more open-ended than it might sound right now. But that's just one side of the things that ICI do. We also do exhibitions, and we work with curators, and we produce exhibitions also internally, where we work with a number of artists who are also part of this larger network. So that's also a way where it becomes more open for people like you, that you're saying that you're an artist. We also try to invite at least one artist to speak in the intensives every time. So I was mentioning to someone, we had Shura Sengupta from Rax Media Collective that presented in the intensive in Marrakesh, both as an artist but also as a curator. And many of the people that are part of our curatorial intensive alumni wear the two hats. They are artists and there are also curators, and they fluctuate between one and the other. So I don't know. I really don't know how to respond to your question. I think is a really good one and challenging one. But I just wanted to mention that in this larger cloud, to not call it a network, that ICI has, there's a number of artists that are part of it and are an active part of it.
I will let that be the conclusive words. And as doing that, I'll say thank you to Maria and thank you to Kati.
Thank you to you.
And thank you to you guys for participating in the discussion. Now we will serve some coffee and cake and fruit, and you'll get to stretch your legs, and we'll meet again in 10 minutes. So please enjoy the coffee.
Okay.
Okay. Please come back. And exactly as we did yesterday, we now are going into a kickoff, and then we will kind of push you into a plenary where we would like you to communicate, dialogue, talk together on a question that Kamara will later on introduce to you. So here in the kickoff, we have asked the two artists from the performance yesterday, Elika Hedayat, who is an Iranian French artist, and Tamara Erte, who is an Israeli French artist, a filmmaker and dancer, and Elika is a visual artist, to give us a short introduction, a kickoff, and that again, exactly like yesterday, will be the framework for the collaboration that you then shall produce around your roundtables. So please already now seek a table where there is only 3 or 4 sitting, so that we get a number of good, full, solid tables with 6, 7, 8 people, so you can get into a good discussion for the last hour. But before we do, I would like to give the word to Elika, who's first out, and after your presentation, Tamara will follow, and then I will do some questions, and you will again be invited to participate. So,
yeah, sure.
Elika.
Well, hello and good afternoon to everyone. My name is Elika Hedayat. I came to France in 2004. I was accepted to study at the School of Fine Art, École des Beaux-Arts of Paris. So there I started to study visual arts. Before I came to Paris, I've done some graphic design studies in Tehran as well. Then after School of Fine Art in Paris, I started doing a sort of residency school, which called Frénois, for filmmaking, a mixture of filmmaking and contemporary art. And then I met Tamara there, and we started working together for several performances. And we hope are going to continue do other projects together. So what I do basically is film, video, animations, and drawing, and some sort of paintings as well. Well, at the beginning, I really wanted to do video and make films, and drawing was something very personal to me. I had some small sketches with me all the time. It was a sort of thing that I would do to prepare my video works. And once I showed them during a seminar that we had at school, Christian Bernard, one of our professors, when he saw my drawings, he said, you should take them more seriously and you should just try to show them. I didn't really care about that because most of the time my drawings were just so quite small. So, and I had them in notebooks. It was both side actually drawing, so I wouldn't be able to show them. And it was quite personal and quite intimate for me. So when I got my diploma at the School of Fine Art, I was one of the honored students, so we had an exhibition at the end of our diploma, and there was a prize. So I got this prize, and my gallery, with whom I'm still working, she just found my work there, and she suggested to me for the first time to show my drawings in a serious way. So at that time, I was going to Iran. There was some demonstrations, I don't know if you know about green movements in Iran in 2009. So at that moment I went to Iran for seeing what were happening there, and I started doing a series of drawings there, inspired for sure by these events. And when I came back, I presented for the first time my drawings in public. And during that time from now, I continued to do visual arts and drawings. Well, this is a video that I showed for the first time in France for my entrance examination for the School of Art. I've done this video before in Iran, So these are some images of that one. Then I did this video called The Question or La Question, where the Iranian and French women ask the most important questions of their life in front of a camera, and then there's a sort of, I kind of compare the questions they're asking. Sometimes they're similar, sometimes they're opposite, and then parallel with this story, there is my personal story, the way I arrived in France and how I was faced with these sort of questions that people are going to ask in the film. And then I did other videos just to go fastly. This is an animation that I've done in Canada. I was a guest. This is a video that I showed them for my diploma, which called Jeux d'enfants, child play, and it's about child plays of my generation when I was like 6, 7 years old. Because of the situation, which were very special at that time, there was the war between Iran and Iraq, so the economical situation was quite complicated. We kind of have different sort of plays, and children actually, generally speaking, they usually are inspired by what is happening around them, and they try to put it on their play. That's what we were using to do when we were a child. There are some violent concepts that you discover as a child, and you try to do something with it, so you just transform it to a sort of play. That's a way to actually work with your curiosity, and this concept kind of I still use it in my works actually. This sort of making fun at the same time, or discovering and working with the violence or with the subjects that you're confronted to. So this is another video that I've shown. And this is the film that I've done in Frénois, the residency with Tamara, and it is actually about the green movements as well. Then this is the first series of drawings that I've done in Tehran. The first drawings that I've shown actually in public. And let's just watch them a little bit. And this is an exhibition that I've done for Maison Rouge, a center of art in Paris. It's called Black Utopia, and it's about how ideology and religion, when they mix together, they could like become something very powerful, and how they use it to govern, actually. So I had a sound installation and also a video installation and a series of drawings. And among drawings, there are some videos, actually. They're exactly with the same format of drawings, but the difference is they move, actually. You could see the light through the animations. That's those who are moving, and the other one are those who are just simple drawings. This is the drawing. These are the drawings of that installation. Let me just go to this was a group exhibition of Iranian artists in Sweden, in Gothenburg, and I had this wall of 4 meter to 12 meter to draw actually on. So I work a lot with grotesque images, actually. And I could say I'm inspired by a sort of illustration that we use in Iran in coffee theaters to illustrate. Actually, it's a sort of theater, actually. There is a narrator who shows pictures and explain the story. So these drawings, in general, they're inspired by these sort of aesthetics, but the difference is that in those of the topics and the subjects of those illustrations are mostly mythological and religious. So you have bad guys and good guys, but in my drawings there's no bad and good, I mean, everything is mixed together. Actually, you cannot recognize which is the good one and which is the bad one. This is something that I think which is real in the real life, in a way. This is a performance that I've done with a dance company called Impure Company in Norway, Oslo. So this is a performance that we've done in several days, actually. We had 2 weeks, and each day we went to the stage, to the place that we had, and actually we complete the work. So at the end you have a whole piece of work with different things. You have traces of dancers, me drawing, and then we worked together, and we at the end we actually kept the whole thing, and it becomes on itself a sort of memory, collective memory. This is also a wall painting. This is the performance that we've done with Tamara in FIAC in Paris. So you've been there. And Ecliptic Lunacy, well, as you can see in the text, is my first solo exhibition in Tehran that I've done last year. Well, I think the text is already there. I address aspects of exploitation, indifference, injustice, and degradation of public life. This is actually, to be brief, what I do in this work. So let's just go to the link, the internet link, to see the drawings with the best quality, because here they're not really visible. Yeah. You told me that I can use this for, yeah, okay. So, well, I just maybe only let you see the drawings, and then we can talk later. This was a video that I've shown in this exhibition, a video in loop of these 5 men doing something like a ritual movement. And the video is in loop. There's no beginning, there's no end. Actually, everything is all the time in loop. These sort of ritual things that make you a robot of that situation. This is what this video is about. So as you could see, there is a universe with different creatures, but they are in a way very mixed together. You cannot really separate them. Each of them is a part of the other one. So you have victims, you have powerful characters, but all of them, they sort of make a whole universe, a whole place, which is supposed to be utopic, but it's actually the dystopia. What is happening in this sort of society, actually. naturally, this exhibition has been censored because I couldn't show all these videos, all these drawings actually in Tehran. So we had to, kind of showed them for the opening, and then we just censored almost half of them for the exhibition, and then I brought them here. I brought them to France to show them there actually. So actually I have just 1 minute, 2 minutes. Okay, I go fast. This is a drawing inspired by Fuseli drawing about cauchemar. I don't know, how do you call cauchemar? Nightmares. Nightmares, for sure. Well, I think I'm done. There's some videos, but I think we don't have time to show them, so.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Thank you.
Very, very interesting. And I think we will pop directly to you, Tamara, because then we can kind of engage in the dialogue afterwards. So please.
Okay. Hi, so I'm very glad to be here. So I'm Tamara. I grew up in Israel, and I've moved to France a few years ago. For me, I guess one of the reasons that I moved to France was because I started dealing with, in a way, political questions about Israel and the history of Israel and the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And I think that for me, one of the main things that art in its different forms should do is to raise those issues and to raise topics that we sometimes don't want to discuss or to talk about or to think about in a way that will be maybe more easy for people to accept than regular, for example, political discussions or medias. So maybe we can watch a trailer of the film I've just finished some months ago. That is a documentary about the educational systems in Israel and Palestine, which deals with the way each system teaches its generations about the other side, and then we'll talk a little about that. No. No.
ואני מתקשרת בגלל שאני עושה עכשיו סרט דוקומנטרי על האופן שבו מלמדים על הסכסוך וההיסטוריה של הסכסוך בישראל ובפלסטין, ואני מגיעה עוד מעט לישראל בשביל זה, אז רציתי לדעת אם תהיה מוכן להצטלם.
When I was in school, I never had doubts or any questions about the national history I was taught. I was patriotic, I wanted to serve in the army. I didn't know anything about Palestinian history or about the occupation. It was only during my army service that I started asking questions or having doubts. Now, a few years later, I decided to come back and see if things have changed.
איך אתם רואים את מדינת
במדינת ישראל עוד 20-30 שנה.
אני לא נהנה לחיות בפחד מתמיד מהעמים שמסביב, כל האיום הערבי, ואני לא מוצא את עצמי, אז אני חושב שגם אני אעבור.
أذاكم ولا لا؟ أزعجكم ولا لا؟ مش هاي الحرية. عرفتوا كيف بدي أوصلكم المسألة هاي؟ بالضبط. هاي لخصها حمزة.
שזה בגלל שהכל מסביב ערבי, ופתאום קולטים שיש פה איזה מקום יהודי שבו כל היהודים שם. בגלל זה מתלכדים לנו כי הם רוצים פה את הארץ.
ומה אפשר לעשות כדי שזה יפסיק?
אפשר להעיף אותם.
رسالة إلى يهود فرنسي روسيا.
روسيا؟ منين جبت الاسم؟
بعرفش. يا روسيا عندنا الوضع متدهور بسبب إسرائيل الذين اغتصبونا وأخذوا أرضنا منا وخبزنا وملحنا وماؤنا.
وهدي يا بحر وهدي يا بطل والماء في غيبتنا وهدي
תגיד, המילה שלום, מה זה אומר?
שלום? כבר שכחתי קצת מה זה. נגיד זה, שנער בן 17, במקום להיות תמים ונאיבי ולחלום על שלום, לא יודע להסביר לך מה זה שלום. זה הבעייתיות של המדינה.
This is my land. This is my land, my land.
So basically, in this documentary, I went to a few schools in both sides, in very different atmosphere, like we see in a colony, in a refugee camp, in the national traditional schools. And what I was looking for is to examine how really we format the next generation to know about each side's differences and to learn the history in a way that continues this conflict instead of changing it. And I think that for me this I could have done because in a way I also took this distance and went to do it from another place, from France, and I could thus go to see those two sides. Since then I was also interested in other conflict zones and places of different histories. Maybe we can watch a trailer of a film I did in South Korea where I was in a residency and worked with a group of theater. So this is in a bit different style. It's more experimental, but it tries to deal also with memories of South Koreans about the war and about the way all these things that they don't want to talk about, a generation of the older people that really refuse to speak about many things. So maybe we can watch a clip of that.
전쟁이 계속되는 동안 난 강원도에 있었어요. 난 강원도로 돌아간 적이 없었어요. 돌아가고 싶지 않았거든요. 그렇지만 난 그 길이 어디로 향하고 있는지 알고 싶었어요.
was filmed in an old marketplace where all those people used to be during the war, and the group of the theater, we filmed the film there, and then we also did some interactive project with those people that are, this market is about to be destroyed to become a like modern mall, and so we did kind of a last thing with them, and it was a big art happening with their participation. And apart from films, I also apart from films, I also do sometimes dance projects and photography. I really try to, for me, I mean, every subject needs a different medium, so I try not to limit myself to just one definition, even though sometimes it's hard, and not just to say, okay, I will be just a filmmaker or just a visual artist, and really to think about each subject and how I can treat it in the best way. So another clip I will show now is a dance performance I did with a choreographer called Sahar Azimi, and it's about, he discovered 2 years ago that he was an HIV carrier, and he faced many problems in the Israeli society, both as a dancer, of course, but also as a gay person, and with all the meanings that it still has, even in 2013 then, or 15 now. And we tried it was a very challenging thing to through a dance piece that is very abstract and not like film that is very literal, to try still and bring this awareness to this issue. So let's maybe see a clip. And just to finish, maybe to go back to Israel and Palestine, that this is where I come from and this is the main topic I work about, but in a different form maybe than what we saw in the beginning, in a fiction form. It's a short fiction I did, also about childhood dreams and the way that the reality interferes with them in this place. So maybe really the last short clip.
بابا عشان عيد ميلادي ممكن نروح على يورو ديزني حابب أروح
الموجود على القائمة عند الإسرائيلي
So it's a fiction about a child in Ramallah that dreams about going to Euro Disney while their house is about to be exploded, and his father is making him a kind of a home-style, homemade Euro Disney just before they have to leave. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Tamara. The question we gave you was, can exile and subculture and difference be drivers in contemporary arts production and the way that we can produce the arts products ourselves? And obviously it can. In both your examples, the examples that you brought to the table, you're both using your own exile as exiled artists as a very significant driver, but you had to create that distance in order to be able to kind of reapproach Iran, Israel, Palestine from completely different angles. How would you describe kind of that transition work? Because there is a kind of very deliberate way of working. For both of you, it were deliberate choices to get out in order to get in. Could you just kind of open that a bit more for us? Tamara.
Yeah, I mean, for me, and it's something I'm still, and I was asking myself a lot, I guess, is the thing that, and many people always tell you like, okay, but at least when there are people like you that are thinking this way and that want to make this change, you should really stay there in order to make this change from inside. But I think that for me, as an artist, and not as a politician or as a voter or as something else, but really as an artist, this distance is really necessary, because I don't think, and every time I go there for shootings, etc., it's more and more clear for me that I couldn't have done this work from inside, for many reasons. I think, firstly, for personal reasons, that if you want to stay in a way sane and not to get crazy, and when you have lots of critics that is really fundamental about the place you live in, it's very hard to really put this I don't know, this distance. So when I was living there, for example, I did much more personal, private work and much more abstract work than political or social work, because in order to just remain normal in a way and sane. And I think that also the distance really enables you to look at things not from an angry position and not from a frustrated position, but really with with this distance that enables you to re-examine it and to re-examine it, and even things that you think when you go out that are one truth, then after some years you discover. But I think that for me it was really a chosen exile, because I mean there are many artists that I mean in the Israeli case at least, that live inside Israel and do criticize the Israel politics and society, but I think that in order to really question the whole system and the whole way of thinking in a deep way, for me it's necessary to be out.
So you're actually using your artistic position also to kind of question the immense logics of how we conceive ourselves, specifically when we are part of a conflict, because that tends to kind of make us even more narrow-minded than we might be even before.
Yeah, and I think it's for me it's always I mean, fascinating to see even when I go there in times of there's I don't know, every year or two there's the clashes, for example, with Gaza and everything, and then I see whenever I'm there how even artists, open-minded friends of mine that are will define themselves from the left side, etc. When they're inside this conflict, and when every morning they hear those missiles, or they open the TV and they hear those things, they lose this way to separate and to be out of it, because when you are inside a conflict, it's very hard, I think, to ask yourself those questions and to be detached from the emotional part of it as well. So yes, I think that it really enables these things that are impossible from the inside.
Is that the same for you, Litadi?
Not exactly, and that's really interesting, because when you just asked the question, I was going to say I need to modify the question, but I can say now that maybe it really depends on everyone or every region experience, actually. Because I personally don't really consider myself as in exile, because exile for me, I don't know if I'm right, is for people who are not able to go back to their country. They feel like they have to be in another place. And this is not really my case, because I went to Paris to study, and at the beginning I really didn't want to stay in France. I just wanted to go back to Iran and continue working. But I started getting used to France. I had my life there actually, and I was kind of happy. And well, then I told myself, okay, maybe I'm gonna stay a little bit more. And then the destiny kind of made me staying in France, and even
contaminated by life.
Maybe I should say, yeah, that's the thing. So that means that I go to Iran often. I go once a year, and sometimes maybe I stay a few months for a project. It depends if I'm working there or if I'm on a project. So this is really not my situation, but I can say about the other part of the question, subculture and difference could be a driver. So exile is not really a driver for me, and it hasn't been for the people of my parents' generation, actually. The refugees that went to other countries because of the political problems, since they haven't been in connection and in contact with Iran. And at that time, there was not internet, there was not these sort of, exchanges all the time. So it was really, it has a real meaning to be in exile, because you couldn't really be in contact with your country. And at the same time, you were living with this nostalgia and maybe with this frustration that made you sometimes made it difficult for you to integrate in the new place neither. So you were in a way that you were actually excluded from your country, and you were in a new country, but you really didn't feel comfortable with. This was actually the case for lots of Iranians at that time when they left their country. So they couldn't really do, it was actually an important topic for their everyday life. So you can imagine for art production, it's actually maybe even worse, I would say. So those who decided to stay in Iran, they actually continued making artistic production more than those who were outside. But now, at my time and with my generation, since this going and coming back is happening all the time, and people could have the choice to be in contact with both countries, that helps a lot. And I would say that could be a good driver, because you have at the same time the place, and you have also the subculture, and you could be at the same time in distance and at the same time in place. So all these things could actually make it more, how would I say, more dynamic, actually, the things you're producing.
Going back to your aesthetics choices, because when I saw all your drawings and the presentation you made of them, and at some point you actually said it yourself that you're using making use of the grotesque and the grotesque element
A lot.
quite a lot.
Yes.
But your reference was not, it wasn't the old European masters.
It is. It is as well. Actually, it's at the same. I'm inspired by North European grotesque, and at the same time, yes, exactly, Russian, the other grotesque artists, and at the same time, the popular Iranian illustration. So it's a kind of mixture of the both.
Because that was actually my question. That hybridity that I then saw them as a kind of expression for that. You kind of found you made your way back to kind of folk tale, and I think you described it as a theatre tradition.
Exactly.
That tradition does that have a kind of popular anchorage in terms of that is still the way that narratives are being told, like in Ireland, for instance, or is it rather an artistic, intellectual perception of a tradition that you're then making use of?
Maybe it's more the second thing you're saying, because, well, actually, these coffee theaters, they were so popular like 50 years ago, even more. But now there are few of them still working, and maybe they're all renovated. Even those who are still continue working, they're renovated. They are they're trying to adapt themselves with what is happening in theatrical scenes in Tehran or in Iran. So they don't use illustrations anymore. We have a collection of these illustrations in a museum, which are now very expensive and very important. It's a part of our art. But the notion of this narration by illustration has been disappeared actually for several years now. So what I'm using is actually I'm using the way they tell the stories, but the stories are not the same.
Of course not.
I'm not telling the same story. That's the thing.
In terms of difference and subculture, I mean, to some extent I would claim that there is nothing subcultural actually in any of these examples that you've shown us, because they're all kind of framed in the artistic notion of what is actually good art in a kind of global sense today. But in your local context, where you work in Paris, for instance, would you say that you have actually made you've made the transition? You're no longer rubricized as immigrant artist, nor are you French artist, but you're kind of becoming true globalists.
Exactly.
Is that the situation?
That's what I was kind of maybe not agree. I was not agree with these terms of exile because of that, exactly. Because what I'm doing, and that's the reason why I did this first solo exhibition in Tehran, and I was insisting to doing it, even if I knew that there's going to be some problems, and I had these problems in Iran, but I really wanted to do it because I think that the people who are watching, who are seeing my drawings, they could be French, they could be Iranian, they could be. I mean, I don't have any specific idea behind myself when I'm doing these drawings that okay, this is going to be shown here or no or whatever. But naturally, the people, Western people, they don't react the same when they're looking on my drawings as Iranian people, and that's really strange because strange. I would say maybe more interesting for me. When I show my drawings in Western countries, the people are, they are emotionally engaged. They really understand the notion of violence, or at the same time the satire aspects of my works. But they're not bothered as much as Iranian. I mean, there were Iranian people who came to my exhibition who told me that I don't like these drawings. I mean, they said that they are good, but they are bothering us, and it was real. I mean, it was really bothering them. It was actually kind of, they feel like they're in front of something that is showing a part of them that they themselves, they don't want to see it, actually. So I had several different reactions in different places.
that difference in response, the last question before we go into the next session, is that something you experience too, Tamara? That it's you kind of do your artworks, but it actually differs quite a lot depending on where you show them in this specific context of Israel-Palestine.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when I show my art in Israel or in Palestine, of course, they react very differently than when I showed it in Europe or in Asia or in every place. And for example, this film about education, with which I moved quite a lot around and showed it in many places. It was very interesting to see because, for example, in many countries, when conflict is a bit away or a bit far or was resolved some time ago, they could have take it to their own places and also talk about how in their systems they avoid some topics or they mislead in the books, etc. But when it was countries that are really in war now, or of course in Israel-Palestine, that it all went to the discussion of details of how the Israeli-Palestinian conflict is going on this point or that point, and they couldn't raise above those little details. And I think that also, for me, being in France now and doing my art in France also raises other questions of identity that when I was in Israel, for example, they were not an issue because, for example, being Jewish in Israel, there was never a meaning to that because everyone was Jewish, and I never confronted people that define me as a Jewish or as an. And when I came to France for the first time, I started dealing also with this identity that, of course, was obvious before, but we never thought about it. So, and of course, then you also need to redefine this because, for example, for me, I'm not coming from any religious family, or I never felt attached to this side. And then in France, you directly identified as such or such. So, in a way,
yeah, that's a funny thing. I had the same experience actually. For the first time in my life, I was considered as Muslim when I went to Paris because I have never been the same. I don't have a religious family, and I have never had any sort of attraction for religion. And for the first time, the people asked me, "Are you Muslim?" And I said yes. But now I learned that I should say no, because in Iran you don't choose your religion. Your religion is what it is. So you said, "Okay, I'm Muslim." But I've learned that I can say no. I have the choice to say no. I'm not Muslim. Simply.
I think yesterday we very shortly touched on Umberto Maturana, causalities in the mind of the viewer, and to some extent you're kind of constantly meeting that it's always in the mind of the viewer. Thank you very much, Tamara and Elika. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks.
Which leads us to the last session before we go on to the National Gallery. And again, it's like yesterday, so I would very much like you to gather around a few full tables. And I will ask my colleague Kamara to come on stage and present the workshop. You can do it from down there as well if you want to. That's okay. Good. Kamara Juve.
So it's the same as yesterday. No less than 2-3 people at a table. If you're only 2, go join someone else. This was an exercise that, I don't know, there are quite a few new guests here today, aren't there, that weren't here yesterday. This is not a workshop, it's more a participatory exercise. So just gather in tables of minimum 3 people. Yes?
Yeah, the question.
Yeah.